Oops. Okay, one moment, guys. Just getting everything ready. Was gonna wait until 5:30, but the things I thought I needed to do are all done, and yeah, I got some spare time. I can start this one early, and I want to get this one out the way quicker because, as I will explain as the stream goes on, I will need to be in bed early tonight. Got an early start tomorrow. Yeah, talk about that in a bit. Okay, I've got some adequate fuel here anyway to get me through this. In addition to my usual iron brew, it's a bit of a cheat day today. I've got some donuts. What's happening, guys? Got a packet of donuts here. Having a cheat day. All right, where was I? Right, who have we got here? One sec. Nope, quite a few comments already. Shout out to Reverse Lee. Yeah, how's it going, man? Yeah, good to see you, man. God bless you. JD as well. Salute to you, sir. God bless you, man. Yep, same to you, Will. Greetings. Only a white man could start streaming this early. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, the other races are all still in bed. All right. Yeah, how's it going, Brennan? God bless you too, man. And same to you, Thomas. God bless you. Yep, thumbs up, boxing fans. New job. Yeah, I started a new job about 2 weeks ago. And yeah, they've got me working this weekend, which is a pain in the ass. Thankfully, I finished early today. I finished at about 20 to 3, so was able to get home nice and early. But yeah, I've got an early start tomorrow, so pain in the ass. I hate working the weekend. I like to keep my weekends free. Thankfully, I'm off next weekend, so I got that weekend free. Yeah, busy, busy, busy. Salute Nordic. Salute Dyson Fury. I love homogenous society. Absolutely. Don't we all? Don't we all? Yeah, it's actually really sunny today. I'll show you. It's pure bright. So I've got to close my curtain. Very, very bright today. And it's absolutely roasting hot, which I don't like. I don't like it when it's so warm. All right, one sec. So yeah, what do I want to talk about today? Well, the only thing I want to talk about today is basically the only thing everybody's talking about, and that's the whole Ryan Garcia situation. I'm sure you guys will have your say in the comment section. I'm sure there's some pretty strong views from it from all sides. You know, Devin Haney is definitely happy about Ryan being expelled by the WBC. Yeah, but it's interesting, isn't it? It's very very convenient and very very eye opening how when Devin Haney came out and said, "I'll never let a white boy beat me." It's interesting how the WBC had nothing to say about that. He never got expelled. He never got reprimanded. They never said anything about it, did they? And you know, call me a cynic, but it's almost as if there's a conflict of interest there, and it's almost as if there's some sort of double standard. Go figure, eh? I looked the topic, and the crime rate tends to be low, and the minorities there barely anything happens to them. They barely do crime. Yeah, at least Ryan got some punishment, a bad one at best. Yeah, well, he was obviously going to be punished. I mean, you don't get away with saying shit like that unless you're not white, you know. The WBC always seem to favor the Black American fighter. Yeah, of course they are. Of course they do. But it's interesting though because they're supposed to be like the Mexican belt, aren't they? You know that's always been like the narrative of the WBC is that they favor the Mexicans, but it's been long rumored that promoters like Don King and Al Heyman, who are definitely not Mexican, have had special relationships with the WBC and have had them in their pocket. It's been long rumored, you know. LWC can't complain about Ryan saying it. Well, yeah, of course, because they say the same thing every single day. So we'll be very hypocritical. To be fair, big difference between what Haney said and what Ryan said. Not really. I mean, I'm pretty sure if Devin Haney if Ryan just said, I would never let a black boy beat me, if that was all he said, I'm pretty sure the reaction would be the exact same. I don't think it would be any more or less, overzealous with the way that the boxing establishment reacts to it. I don't think it would be any different at all. So no, I don't. I disagree. I don't think what they said was really that big a deal. And plus, all he did was insult George Floyd, and fuck George Floyd. Who cares about him? He was a piece of shit who robbed people's homes. Robbed a pregnant woman at gunpoint. He was a crackhead. Who cares about George Floyd? So what why is Ryan Garcia saying he'd shoot George Floyd? Why is that any worse than Haney saying he'll never lose to a white boy? I don't see why. Like if I say I'd shoot Jeffrey Dahmer, I would kill that white boy Jeffrey Dahmer again. Is anybody going to be offended by that? I mean, if I came out and said I would shoot that white boy Jimmy Savile again, I would kill him again. I'm one of the Black Panthers. Would that be? Would anybody be offended by that? So why is what Ryan said? Why is that offending people? I don't understand. What's the difference? What's the difference? You know. I wonder if Ryan will receive similar punishment that Haney did. Well, Haney didn't. Yeah, yeah. Haney was punished spiritually. He took a beating inside the ring, but he never faced any justice from the boxing establishment for saying blatant racist comments like "I'll never lose to a white boy," did he? So yeah, I mean, he may receive punishment, but he won't receive justice. Put it that way. Yeah, yeah. Of course it was. Fuck George Floyd, man. George Floyd. I can't breathe. He made no prayers by the system. Not gonna lie, I saw this and knew this was gonna be good. Yeah, it's always good. It's always good. Ryan Garcia is a clout chasing, insecure attention whore. He even posted him crying about hearing his mum has cancer. This dude will say anything for attention. Yeah, I think. Look, I think he's playing the game. Like the whole mental health thing. I think he's playing the game. He knows it's the easiest way to get attention. It's the easiest way to get sympathy, and it's the easiest way to get yourself in a advantageous position in any industry is to just play the mental health card. It's what they all do. So yeah, is who am I to criticize him for playing the game? They all do it now. Why does George Floyd get a statue? Putting criminal in high regard. Yeah, yeah. George Floyd gets a statue, but the innocent police officer who just happened to be on duty when George Floyd popped his clogs from a drug overdose, that guy gets life in prison. Innocent man who did nothing wrong with a family gets his entire life ruined because some crackhead decided to die of a drug overdose. What? You sound racist, mate. Well, you better go and watch Hatman then. You could always go and watch Rummy's Corner or Hatman or one of these normie channels, one of these non-racist channels. They'll tell you exactly what you want to hear. I think Floyd was a shit person, and I'm from America, in Jersey. Yeah. I know firsthand how annoying black people are. Yeah, a lot of them. Massive difference. Yeah, well, again, this go and watch Hatman. He'll tell you that what Ryan did was despicable, and he should be kneecapped and go to jail for the rest of his life and banned from the sport. But what Devin Haney said is fine because slavery and racism, and he be oppressed by the system. That's what you want to hear, innit? Well, you're not going to hear that from my channel. So go and watch a normie channel, and they'll tell you exactly what you want to hear. No reasonable black person or any person will respect George Floyd. Of course, guys, go and look at his rap sheet. George Floyd robbed a pregnant woman at gunpoint during a home invasion, and they put up a statue of that man. You might as well put up a statue of Jimmy Savile. You might as well put up a statue of Jeffrey Dahmer. Why not? Why is putting a statue of George Floyd up? Why is that any less egregious? Please, somebody explain that to me. Somebody explain that to me, please. I'm Spanish, but I never seen a race whine collectively like they do. I don't know about that. I mean, the Jews are kind of professional victims, aren't they? Then again, they kind of do it on the down low, whereas blacks go out and burn, loot, and riot to get attention. So they probably are the worst in that regard. Not all, obviously. I don't need to say And I shouldn't even have to say not all because it goes without saying, it's obvious, you know? Alright. Spiritual punishment for Ryan and Garcia. We shall see. Well, maybe. Though I don't really see why he deserves it, you know? Yeah, all you gotta do is look at the statistics, you know? WBC, same people allowed Adonis to hold their title. Yeah, yeah, they allowed a pimp, Adonis Stevenson, a convicted pimp, a guy who pimped underage women and sold them into sex slavery. He was allowed to hold a WBC title, but Ryan Garcia isn't allowed because he said some mean words. He said some mean racist words. But yeah, they'll have a pimp like Adonis Stevenson. Talk about spiritual punishment, man. That's another example that kinda went over my head. I didn't really think about that until now. But yeah, talk about spiritual punishment. Adonis Stevenson and what happened to him, you know? People will move on and forget about this in a week. Yeah, yeah. Well, the normies will, 'cause they'll jump on to the latest thing, but the people who are invested in this situation, they're not gonna move on. They're gonna continue to whine about it until they can no longer use it to their own ends, basically, you know? Small amount of multicultural acceptable, not like flooding a nation with it. Yeah, not to the point where it's like a replacement. Sounds like you're trying too hard to be edgy. Oh, is that right? Well, again, you could always go and watch a non-edgy channel if you wanted. I didn't ask you to be here. Nobody asked you to be here. You came here. So again, there's a reason for that. You can always go watch someone else. AJ versus Dubois prediction. I see that fight the same way pretty much everybody sees it, to the point where I don't even see the point making a prediction. But the way I see it, look, both of those guys are very similar fighters. They've got very, very similar attributes as well as similar flaws. The difference is AJ is just that little bit better in every area. You know, they're both big, very, very strong men. AJ's a little bit bigger. You know, he's a couple inches taller, slightly longer reach. They're both big punchers. AJ has proven his power at a slightly higher level. You know, being able to drop guys like Klitschko and Povetkin and Ruiz and Takam and guys like that. You know, he's dropped better fighters than who Dubois has been able to drop. So it would be reasonable to assume that AJ is the bigger puncher. Also, AJ, and this is tied into that. AJ's fought the better competition by far. He's performed better against the same opponent. You know, they both fought Usyk. AJ, of course, was able to go the distance twice and was able to trouble Usyk here and there. Um, Dubois was absolutely dominated and stopped by Usyk. So I just think you look at the two guys and what they've proven. I just think, again, they're both similar fighters, but AJ just has that little bit of an edge in every area that matters. So to me, AJ by knockout is the reasonable assumption for that fight. I think it's reasonable to assume that that's going to happen. George Floyd makes black people look bad. Well, again, who was it who chose to take George Floyd and have him be the mascot for black people? Who took him? Like they could have taken Thomas Sewell or someone like that. You know, they could have taken somebody respectable, somebody who actually is a functioning member of society. But no, they decide to take that guy. They decide to take a crackhead who died of a drug overdose. You know, in police custody, and then the police officer, the innocent police officer, gets sent to prison for the rest of his life. They talk about slavery, not realizing the first American slave owner was a black man, yeah, and the fact that they practically invented slavery, but that's neither here nor there. What do you think Africa's biggest export was? You know, what do you think their economy was built on? I mean, come on, man. True, but not the same. We don't need to say all. What are you on about? I didn't say all, did I? Did I miss something there? Um, just are getting their karma now. Been hearing stories. Oh, a lot of them are. Listen, God is sovereign. He's always in control. Never forget that. Never think that the beast or the media is more powerful than God. Never think that. Never believe that. Wouldn't shock me if AJ drops. Sorry, if Dubois drops AJ during the fight, then AJ KOs him later on. I could see that. I could totally see that. Look, AJ, like I said, I mentioned earlier, but I didn't really go into detail about it. I mentioned earlier both guys have similar flaws. The flaws that both of them have is they're both. I wouldn't say they're really chinny, but both of them have like mental issues, if you know what I mean. Both of them can be hurt. Both of them can be shaken. Both of them freeze up a bit when they get hit, and kind of panic. And both of them have shown, or it's at least been questioned whether or not either of them has a good heart for boxing, definitely in Dubois' case. But in AJ's case, he's never like flat out quit in a fight, has he? Whereas Daniel Dubois has a few times now. So I think it would be reasonable to assume, like you're saying, if AJ gets dropped, he would be more likely to get up and keep fighting than Dubois would. If Dubois gets hit by AJ, with his most powerful punch, then yeah, like I can't see Dubois getting up and then doing a number on him and forcing a stoppage. I mean, AJ was hurt by Usyk, and he was hurt by Klitschko and whatnot, and he was able to come back and he was able to have success late. So Dubois, I've never seen Dubois get like badly hurt and then come back to win in a fight. I've never seen it. So yeah, I think yeah, that's the way I see it. Look, I'm trying to envision in my mind a way that I could realistically see Daniel Dubois winning, and if the fight's on the level, and if Anthony Joshua is the Anthony Joshua we know, then I can't see that, man. I can't see it. So yeah, I favor AJ by knockout. If I suppose he could carry Dubois to the later rounds, because AJ has been a bit timid in recent fights, but I don't know if something's telling me we're gonna get like a really good performance from AJ, and I just have a good feeling about. Well, I say a good feeling. I don't really like AJ, but I have a feeling he's gonna do a number on Dubois. I really do. I said the cop was wrong, but also said George Floyd was a bum. I wouldn't want my mum walking by on the street. Why are they putting crackheads on posters next to Martin Luther King here? Well, Martin Luther King was a crackhead and all. He was no better. Look up him. He was an adulterer. Shout out to Bruce. Good to see you here, man. God bless you. AJ should defeat Dubois inside 6. Might even be earlier than that. Hopefully the fight isn't too quick. Yeah. I suppose it would be disappointing, given like the magnitude of it, if AJ just went in there and like decked him in one round. Here's what I'm having: a big sugar donut. I'm going back to being a fat bastard. I don't care. I'm sick and tired of being healthy. I'm sick and tired of eating healthy food and training every day. I'm going back to my donut binge. Because why not? It'll make my haters happy if they see me get fat again. I'm gonna spill sugar everywhere. I need to be careful. Where was I? Oh, they're good, man. I'm gonna eat a whole packet of these. I don't care. See, I enjoy reading comments that say I'm a fat bastard, so I need to get fatter again so that I can see more of them comments. They're my favorite. I'd rather AJ knockout than Cheetah do bum. Yeah, I think it will happen. I think AJ will knock him out. I do. If he doesn't knock him out, Dubois might just quit, or maybe Dubois will have learned how to run. Although saying that, Dubois did show a good chin against Hrgovic, but that's Hrgovic, and don't really rate him. Well, I don't rate his power anywhere near as like on the level of AJ's power. AJ definitely hits harder. Hrgovic might have a better chin, but AJ hits a lot harder. Did you see the clip of AJ Dubois beefing one? No, I've not watched it. I've not watched like any of the promotional material of that fight. Not watched any of it. Not seen a single one. But both of them bore me. AJ Dubois, I don't find either of them to be particularly entertaining or interesting. They're just kind of boring. Ryan is saying he wants blacks to stop killing other blacks, and he's right on that. Well, look at the statistics on black crime, I'll be back in a second. I need to grab a plate because my bed's gonna be covered in sugar. I'll be back. Sorry about that. Just had to grab a plate. I didn't realize how sugary those were. I don't want to end up with sugar all over the bed. So yeah, you guys are lucky. You get to eat me. Sorry, you get you get to eat me. You get to watch me eating donuts. I could be one of them. What do they call them? Mukbang channels or whatever, where they just eat on camera. Can be one of them. Mm, it's good. Beautiful. I should really stop talking boxing again, shouldn't I? Otherwise, this will turn into just a mukbang stream. Alright, where was I? Sounds like Alex Jones wants a ban. Yeah. Oh, Alex J. Yeah. I thought you said Alex Jones then. I read that wrong. Alex J. Why is it that white people tend to be more accepting of people different to them? Why is it white people have to accept multiculturalism? They seem more accepting than other races for sure. I think it's probably just all the many years of propaganda that they've been subjected to. That's what causes it. I think because I don't think it's like an inherent thing. I think it's a cultural thing. It's how they've kind of been taught and how they've been raised over the years. I feel like Hatman should be paying you for all the promotion you've been giving him, ironically. Exactly. No, but I'm serious though. Look, I got no problem with him getting views. Look, when I see these normies who say these comments and talk trash about me, I know for a fact these guys would enjoy watching his channel. So again, I'm doing these guys a favor. I'm trying not to waste their time by telling them, look, you're not gonna hear what you want to hear from me. So go and watch a normie channel like Rummy's Corner or Hatman or Motivator or whatever. Just go and watch one of them. They'll tell you what you want to hear. You'll enjoy that content. You're not going to enjoy my content. My content is going to stir up negative emotions in you. It's going to make you angry. It's going to raise your blood pressure. It's going to make you negative. It's going to make you aggressive. It's not going to be a positive influence on you. So if you want to hear normie milk toast takes on every situation in boxing, go and watch one of those channels. I got no problem with that. I encourage it. Ryan was dumb for his tweets. Even though I dislike Muslims, I love black people, even though they're annoying sometimes. But still, what Ryan said about blacks needs to stop killing blacks. No one thought, yeah. Because again, they only take the one specific aspect of what he said that they can use for their propaganda. You dislike most religions, but most is the Christianity is the only true religion. It's the only true. Jesus Christ is the way and the truth. What's up? Yeah, how's it going, man? Got recommended from Fight Film to your channel. Got to say I'm glad I tuned in. Yeah, good to see you here, Dave. God bless you, man. Good to see you, man. I can see the spiritual justice come in these racist minorities when white people gave them a place in society. Yeah, but again, that's the thing. Like these people, they get protected and they get coddled, but eventually they get punished. When they push it a little bit too far and when they tempt fate a little bit too much, it never goes well for them. Never goes well for them. I'm assuming you won't be watching the Shakur snooze fest, mate. I've never watched a Shakur fight ever, not a single one. I mean, I've seen highlight, but I've never seen a full fight of his ever. AJ has a better chin. Literally was concussed by Dubois was concussed by Kevin Lorena, and he tried to quit. And that's the thing. Look, AJ's heart has come into question, but he's never quit. He's never quit in a fight. Even against Ruiz, I don't think he quit. I think he wanted to continue. Like physically, his body was like forcing him to stop, but mentally, he wanted to keep going. It's just he didn't have the stamina, and he was concussed. But Dubois literally wanted to quit. He checked out. He wanted to quit against Lorena. His corner wouldn't let him. He quit against Usyk. He quit against Joyce. He chose to quit in those fights. So I know for a fact that Dubois has a lot of quit in him. I know for a fact he's a quitter. I don't know that about Dubois. Sorry, I don't know that about AJ. Getting confused, man. Annoying AJ has not gone well for his opponent. He's beaten all the opponent that massively winded him up. Oh yeah. Like Dominic Breazeale when he got in his face. Same with Dillian White. That brought out the like roadman in AJ. You're like, you ain't about that life. You ain't about that life. I'm gonna thump you up, blood. And he went in there and battered him. That's what AJ needs. He needs to get like really, really rough with these guys. He needs them to get in his face and to bring out the best in him, bring out the street in him so that he can put a beating on them, Usyk was too nice and Ruiz was too nice. Maybe against Jerome Miller would have seen the real AJ, You heard AJ sending tough guy messages to Carl Froch. I heard about that last night. People in the gym were talking about it. I don't know what it was like. I just overheard people talking. I don't know the context of it. What was it he said? I just heard there was some sort of beef between them. That's what I heard the people saying. Well, he's back. Oh, well, he's black. Dana White at a press conference after being asked about Adesanya's racial slurs. Yeah. Look, I know what you're on about there. Perfectly sums up the situation. Oh well, he's black, so it's all right. He can be racist because, he's of a protected class where he can do whatever he wants, and he didn't do nothing, and he's not responsible for his own actions because he's black. That's what he might as well have just said. I mean, that's what he was implying, right? And it's the same with Devin Haney, But Ryan Garcia ain't black, is he? So he can't say that. They're not going to let that cheating bum Dubois get away with his dirty tactics like he did with Usyk and Hrgovic. I agree. AJ is far too big a name. He's far too big a draw. They're not going to allow Dubois to go in there and hit him in the dick all night. Aha! Fat ass butterball, double wide fat. So you know it, man. These are my favorite comments. I love them. I'm gonna have another one. It's banging. I'm probably gonna regret eating them afterwards, but oh well. Back at the gym on Monday. Yeah, how's it going, man? Cheers. God bless you. I'm trying to lose weight, but I can't stop getting away from fizzy drinks. Yeah, that's the hardest thing. The fizzy drinks are so addictive, man. Iron Brew in particular. To be fair though, I'm in recovery now because I've been in the gym 3 days in a row. I was at the gym yesterday doing boxing. I was at the gym before doing weight training and strength and conditioning, and the night before I was also doing boxing. So 3 days in a row I've been in the gym. The only day I had off this week was Tuesday. Every other day I was in the gym. So yeah, I'm a bit knackered. So again, this is Saturday, so I'm gonna eat what I want. I don't care, You're bulking to heavyweight, yeah, super heavyweight. Tomorrow I'm gonna look like Andy Ruiz. You have Dunkin' Donuts in the UK? Yeah, we do. We do have Dunkin' Donuts. We don't have like the like they have in America, the big shops, Dunkin' Donuts, but we have the merchandise. Like they sell them in boxes. There's actually a garage near the gym I go to where they actually sell boxes of Dunkin' Donuts. I've never actually had one though. I've never had Dunkin' Donuts, but I know that they're a popular brand, popular American one. Do you know what else we have? We have Krispy Kreme donuts. We've got them here. Those are quite popular. I like them. Not had them in a while, but these are just like regular sugar donuts. And the shop across the road sells these quite cheap. But I do like those Krispy Kreme donuts. Those are nice. Those are nice. I'm having a Chinese and a few beers. Oh, good for you, man. Good for you. I love a Chinese. I've not had one in a while, but I love a Chinese, man. Well, I love it. I don't think the British board or Eddie will allow Dubon to headbutt or low blow Joshua. Definitely not to the extent he did in his last few fights. Definitely not to that extent. Again, AJ's too big a draw and too big a name, you know. They'll never allow it. Impressive. I'm like a drug addict when it comes to Coke Lemon. For me, it's Iron Brew, though. Iron Brew's my thing. How good do you think Sugar Ray Robinson was? One of the best fighters for his era, for sure. Like, I don't know how well he'd do in today's era, but for like the 1930s, 40s, he was very good. You know, probably the best welterweight of his era. I think at middleweight, he was a lot more beatable, but at welterweight, he was very, very good. Very, very good fighter, you know. Not as good as Harry Greb here. Never seen Harry Greb fight, though, so we've got no idea, have we? In fairness to Dana Israel, he did allow Conor to get away with Slursu. That is true. In fact, Conor McGregor got away with so much filth, like in the UFC, the way that he used to behave, you know, like attacking that bus, for example, and supposedly cutting that woman's head, you know, smacking an old guy in a bar. He got away with a lot of shit, and again, it's because of all the money he generated. Because Conor was their biggest draw by far. So, you know, when you generate that kind of money, it's I don't know, man. Like eating that kind of money, when you generate that kind of money, it's a situation where there's so many people who rely on you for their livelihood that they're just gonna turn a blind eye to things that they wouldn't from other fighters, you know. So it's not always about race, but in the Devin Haney case, it's definitely about race, you know. Blacks have the highest abortion number as well, but they won't talk about that. Yeah, well, abortion is just abortion is just one of them things that you're not allowed to talk about in a negative context, so they won't say that, you know. Adesanya called DDP the N-word. That's just how blacks talk. Izzy did nothing wrong there. DDP is white, so he can't possibly take offense to that. Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, look, if the other guy said it, it would have been a different reaction, wouldn't it? So we can't support a kind of status quo that allows what's the term I'm looking for? That allows double standards. We can't support that, you know. You should do boxing content in your car while eating a box of donuts. Yeah, I should. Well, I don't have a car. I don't drive, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, I should do that in every video. Just eat a box of donuts. You know, I should do one of them. You get them big boxes that got like 20 donuts in it, and just eat them all, like Homer Simpson or something. Oh, I've only got one left. Have I already ate 3 of those? I thought I only ate 2. There's 4 in a packet. I'm not racist. I love snow bunnies. You know, doesn't everybody? Give Carl Froch his flowers. I'm joking. Yeah. It's sad they're treating George Floyd like a saint. He's nothing but a sellout that pushed chaos in the black community. There's much better black role models, of course. I mean, if look, if a crackhead is a role model for a community, what does that say about the community? It's not a good look, is it? It's not a good look at all. Yo, Thunderdome, good to see you here, man. Good live yesterday, by the way. I checked it out. God bless you, man. It's great to see you here. Yeah, God bless you too. I didn't mean to say you. I mean to say I. Ah, okay. I'm of the opinion that athletes can say what they want and they should be able to fight regardless. Not sure why non-blacks are held to higher standards. Adesanya can call DBD a cracker and fight for a world title, but Ryan can't. Yeah. Again, it's a double standard, look, and that's the problem I have. I don't have a shit. I don't give a shit about Devin Haney saying he won't lose to a white boy. Just don't ban another fighter for saying the exact same thing just because they're white. When Devin Haney's allowed to say that and get away with it, it's ridiculous, man. It's nonsense, and the double standards are insane. Yeah, yeah, of course it is. Shout out from El Paso, Texas. Good to see you, man. I would love to go to Texas. God bless Texas. Shout out to Paul. Salute to Diesel. Good to see you here, man. God bless you. I dislike most religions, but I don't hate the people, only the violent ones, yeah. Mhm. Do you like BTS? Who's BTS? I don't know who that is or what that is. I don't know. I'm sure you'll let me know. I'm out, but shout out to Nordic and all my brothers across the pond. All of yeah. God bless you too, man. God bless you, Alex. See you in a bit. Yep, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. He's the only way to the Father. Yeah, God bless you too, Mr. B. Good to see you here, man. I promise there'll be more talking once I finish this. Yeah, no one cares about the sport of boxing. It's really just horse racing for racist people. Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. I remember where white racists dissed minorities and DNA test proved he was 15% black. Not soon after, some other white racist burnt down his property. That's quite ironic, isn't it? That's funny. What's up, Nordic? Hope everything well. But yeah, same to you, Daniel. God bless you, man. God bless you. What if Ryan said something about eating cats and dogs, like Joy Sinclair Floyd said about Pacquiao? Yeah, he called Pacquiao a rat eater and all that. He did that a bunch of times. He told him to eat some sushi, which doesn't make any sense because sushi is like that's affiliated with Japan. But I guess he thought that it was Filipino. So he said to Pacquiao, "Go eat some sushi," and he also said he called him a rat eater and a dog eater and all that. But you know, I mean, again, blacks say whatever they want, don't they? And they get away with it. Yep, only blacks. No one else would get away with that. It's only blacks. The outrage should be the demand of high-level fights, not some schizo saying the N-word. Exactly. Well, what people should be asking is they should be asking, who's he fighting next? And when's he fighting this guy? When's he fighting that guy? When are the top contenders getting a shot at the title? It shouldn't be, this guy said something that hurt my fifis. That shouldn't even be an issue. If he said something that makes him want to, you know, that makes him hurt your fifis, call for him to fight somebody that can beat him, you know? I want to see Dubois' dad and Don Charles' reaction when AJ lays out Dubois. They're bragging about Dubois dropping AJ in sparring. Everybody's dropped AJ in sparring, according to like the boxing industry, you know? I swear it's like every heavyweight in the UK, we've all knocked out AJ in sparring. The only one I believe is David Price, because that rumor was around years and years, like before there was any hype around AJ. So that's the only one I believe. Plus, AJ was terrified of fighting David Price, so that's the only one that I believe. I don't believe for 1 second Dubois dropped him. I think that's just hype, you know? I believe they sparred. I don't believe Dubois dropped him. Have you seen The Boys show? I swear millennials think drug and sex and drug abuse is peak comedy. No, I've never seen it. But if it sounds like a kind of show that normies would enjoy if it's just sex and drug abuse, you know? Rice comments about that crowd getting emotionally charged about the N-word while putting each other in the ER was telling and very true at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, definitely was. I had Dunkin' Donuts in Berlin in 2019. They were good, yeah. I never had them. Never had them. I've seen them in shops, in boxes, but I've never had them. He's having a Chinese girl. Nah, he's having a chicken chow mein or something along those lines, I'd imagine. You know? You don't hear I don't hear you swear that much. Swearing not your style. Do you know, I used to swear all the time. Like, all the time. Nearly every sentence I would swear. But I've tried to grow out of it. I think I got that off my mum, like, because my mum used to swear all the time, and I kinda picked it up, but as I've gotten older, I try not to swear too much, because it's just immature, you know? I mean, I'm immature in other ways, but not so much with my language, you know? People only act outraged if they already didn't like you, or you can use the BS to hurt you or help themselves. They don't really care about it. Yeah, they're not really angry and they're not really outraged. They're just LARPing. They're just trying to show everybody how virtuous they are by calling it out, and it's not something that they genuinely feel strongly about. At least I don't believe it is anyway. You know, Dana White lets John Jones, who is as despicable as a human being as they come, get away with his antics because he brings in money. Yeah, that's why. Because there's a lot of people who are eating off his back. They're relying on him continuing to build up the economy of that industry. So they'll turn a blind eye to things that he does that they wouldn't for someone else, like a lower level fighter who doesn't bring in the money. Even the UFC fighter Kamzat Chimaev unfollowed Haney on Instagram because he said, "I'll never lose to a white boy." Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people did. You know, they put Rodriguez pound for pound five for beating Estrada. That's ridiculous, man. Look, Rodriguez is a good fighter, but he hasn't fought anybody bigger than him. He hasn't fought anybody in their prime. I don't think he's a pound for pound level fighter. You know. Just to clarify, the guy Israel Adesanya called the N word was a white South African guy. Like, I wonder what it meant to him. Yeah. Hmm. I don't know. I'll level you. I don't even follow UFC, so I don't know much about that situation. Floyd didn't represent that all to Americans. George Floyd represents the F Whitey mentality, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, he does. He represents the Black Power Rangers. Do you think a good MMA fighter beats a good box? Well, that depends on the individual, doesn't it? Like, it depends on so many things. Like, what kind of fight is it? Is it a street fight? Is it a boxing match? Like, is it an MMA fight? Like, who is the fighter and what are their attributes? Like, some MMA fighters could beat some boxers, and vice versa. Just depends on the. It just depends on the individual, doesn't it? Ryan pointed out the double standard tweet about Devin Haney saying he'd never lose to a white boy on Instagram. All of a sudden it got deleted. Wonder why. Yeah, his handlers probably told him to delete it. It's probably racist to point out how black people are racist. It's probably racist to even use the term racist if you're not black. What happened to sticks and stones and all that? Why do people go from 0 to 100 just because of a word? Because they're a bunch of pussies. And again, it's like Thunderdome was saying, they're just pretending. They're not really outraged by it. They're just doing it for attention. I dislike black, brown, and yellow people. I just prefer company and culture of white ones because I'm a white one. Well, that's up to you. Yeah, I'm racist because of my nature. That's totally up to you. Yeah, that's called nature's choice, Max. Exactly. Yeah, shout out to Powell, by the way. Good to see you here, man. God bless you. WBC are just mad they didn't get a sanctioning fee from Ryan and they took their chance to bite him back. Yeah, probably. But then again, it just depends because what the WBC could be doing is just using it as PR to say we're a very inclusive and woke company and we won't tolerate this. But they might like accept him back in for the sanctioning fees when he's been quote unquote re-educated. That's when they might bring him back. In an MMA fight, do you think most boxers beat most MMA fighters? Again, it just depends on the fight. Like if an MMA fighter is a great grappler who's physically strong, then he'll probably beat most boxers in MMA because he'll be able to just shut them down. Or if he's a good like Thai boxer or something, he could kick them in the leg. It really depends. But if the MMA is more of a striker, then chances are a boxer is gonna have a good chance against them at his own game. Yeah, bluebirds fly with bluebirds. That was what Muhammad Ali said. That was his famous quote. What was it when he was on Parkinson's or whatever, and he said that. And yeah, it's interesting how it's interesting how nobody was offended by Muhammad Ali saying that, but when David Duke said the exact same thing, people got offended. No one cares about Ryan and Devin. They're both bums. Oh yeah, they are both bums. No doubt about that. Yeah, God bless you all. Yep. Vitali versus Usyk. I would, at this point in time, I would say Usyk on points in a very close fight. It would be very hard, like from long range, but I think Usyk was quick enough and athletic enough to score points on him, win a close decision. Are Haney and Ryan even top 10 in their division? But they get all the coverage. Yeah, they get all the coverage because they've been pushed. They've been artificially pushed up the pecking order by the boxing media, basically. So it's all entirely manufactured in that regard. Allah was married to an 11-year-old. Technically, he's a paedophile. You mean Muhammad? And it was actually a 6-year-old that he married, so it's even worse. And he consummated the marriage when she was 9. So it's even worse than you're making it out. I hear some idiots claim that AJ Ngannou was a fixed fight. Ngannou is a boxing novice, and Fury didn't take the fight seriously. Not hard to work out. Yeah. Look. I don't think that was fixed. I think the Fury one was fixed, I believe. But with the what do you call it? With the Ngannou AJ, I just think he stood right in front of him, thought he could take his power, and he couldn't. He thought that because Tyson Fury basically carried him all night, that he would be able to stand right in front of AJ and take his best shots. But he was surely mistaken. So yeah. Yeah. Do you remember when James Toney fought in MMA? I do remember that. He fought Randy Couture and he got choked out. That was crazy though, because see if you remember that fight, Tony didn't even like he didn't tap out while he was being choked. He was literally about to get choked until he passed out, and the referee had to stop him. That was crazy. But James Toney was, I think he was utterly delusional. Like he went into that fight thinking, like genuinely believing that MMA fighters were all a bunch of pussies and none of them could fight, and he was going to go in there and just beat them up like a gangster. And I think he only did boxing training. I don't think he even knew really anything about MMA. And Randy Couture, who's like a big guy, strong, a wrestler, went in there and bloody just got on top of him right away. He was so much bigger, so much stronger. Tony was like in terrible shape. Randy Couture just ragdolled him, man. Just threw him straight to the floor and bloody battered him and held him in place. There was nothing he could do. He got choked out. And that just goes to show you that, a guy like James Toney, who obviously knows his way around a boxing ring, he had absolutely no experience of like grappling. He had no experience of groundwork. So that was just a disaster waiting to happen. Pure disaster. And I don't even know why it happened. I don't know who it was that convinced Tony, if anybody, to take that fight or to go through with it, I'm going to try and watch Foster versus Conceição. Immediately switch to Zepeda Cabrera. Why are they happening at the same time? Because that's interesting. You're right, I stand corrected. Yeah, he married a 6-year-old and consummated the marriage when she was 9, according to their scriptures, Francis hadn't ever been hurt before. Well, I never seen any of his MMA fights, so I wouldn't know. But from what I've heard, he was pretty good, and yeah, apparently never got hurt. If you think Haney fights Pitbull, will he say he tests positive for rabies? Yeah, I could see it. If Pitbull wins, then yeah. Usyk is a very hard man to beat. Which fighters in heavyweight history do you think good chance of beating him? Well, I give Vladimir a good chance because Vladimir was so much physically stronger, and Vladimir was also quite handy at tying him up on the inside. So I would give him a chance. I would also give Lennox Lewis a chance because he was very good at like pulling you onto an uppercut and scoring a knockout. I don't think Lewis would win, but I think he would have a chance. I give him a very good puncher's chance. So yeah, that they would have a chance for sure. And look, hey, Tyson Fury still has a chance. He still has the size, he still has power, and he was able to kind of figure Usyk out a bit in the mid rounds. So him at his best, definitely say has a chance. Ngannou's chin was overrated. Pulev, Franklin, Usyk, Povetkin all have better chins than Ngannou. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely, I agree. Remember when Ray Mercer won an MMA by KO? Yeah, I remember that too. It was a big overhand right, if I'm not mistaken. And that was weird because, like, he was completely shot. He was completely shot for that fight as well. Um, Ray Mercer, out of shape. But again, that's a situation where you could tell he took it seriously. He didn't go in there like James Toney thinking he was just going to outbox like a grappler. Ray Mercer got an opponent who was more suited to him, that would stand and strike with him, and he ended up winning it. So yeah, that was quite impressive. Dubois is allegedly a two-time heavyweight champion. AJ being gifted another IBF. Yeah, history's repeating itself there. Because he was gifted the IBF before. When Fury was stripped and he got to fight bloody Charles Martin for it. One of the weakest heavyweight champions of the era. Yeah. Pitbull gives him rabies. Do you think Lennox is the greatest heavyweight? No, I don't think so. I mean, he's one of them. He's like, I'd say top 5, but I don't think he's the greatest. No. Dubon has a 15% chance. Yeah, I'd say around about that. Maybe a little bit less, maybe 10%. Because he can punch, but so can AJ. And AJ can punch even harder, in my opinion. My black ass is cutting up some delicious watermelon right now. Haven't had this in a year. I love watermelon. I love it. I could go some watermelon, actually. That'd be nice. Dubois AJ winner probably faces Char in a unification. Yeah, could you imagine that? That'd be quite funny, though. I like Manuel Char, I'm not gonna lie. He's like a funny troll. I see him as a boxing troll. That's how I see him, you know? He's quite a amusing individual, kind of a meme fighter. Did you see the Biden-Trump debate? I saw, Mark Dice's video that he made about it, and he showed some of the highlights, Biden being, like, retarded and, senile and that. So, yeah, he kinda got embarrassed, but doesn't matter. Politics is a dirty game. It doesn't matter. I mean, the liberals might find common ground with Biden, because I mean they're all retarded, aren't they? So why not have a president that that they can have some common ground with? There we are. I better put the lid back on this case I spill it. Yeah, Fury has a chance. I don't know if he has it in him anymore. Yeah, I agree. But if he's in shape and prepared, then yeah. When Tyson Fury was beating Usyk in the middle rounds, I was like, Usyk might be in trouble here. But that's the thing. Usyk was able to make the adjustment. And that's what impressed me, because Fury made an adjustment after the first few rounds. He figured Usyk out. Then Usyk made an adjustment and he completely took over. And it shows you what a high IQ fight that was. Two very, very high IQ fighters, Yeah, Dillian White had an MMA fight as well, won by KO. Yeah, he also came from a kickboxing background, so it doesn't surprise me that Dillian White was able to do that. Guys, what was your breaking point in terms of losing a significant amount of interest in boxing? Mine were Kovalev fights against Ward and Canelo. Yeah, that same for me. Same for me. Especially that second Ward fight. That was an absolute travesty. And that turned a lot of people off boxing. It certainly did, because it was just absolutely disgusting what happened there. And the fact so many people, even in the boxing media, tried to justify and defend it, it was shameful. It really was. and I block anybody on site who tries to defend that, you know? "But he hurt him with the right hand before." Idiots, aren't they? Have you ever had a boss that has trust issues? My supervisor didn't believe one of us when we said we completed a task, even though we've been working there for a year now. Annoying bitch. What kind of task was it? And yeah, I have had bosses that just don't believe what you say and have to check your work and all that. I've had stuff like that in the past. Yeah. My new job doesn't seem to be like that though. Yeah, Usyk's tough. He's tough mentally, and he's tough physically for sure. Very, very tough man. And the fact that he was able to overcome, what Fury was doing in the mid rounds, Usyk's toughness mentally and physically very much impressed me. Any good up and coming prospects, I stopped paying attention. Maybe it's because not being force fed, like the Fag Four. Yeah, yeah. I've not paid any attention to prospects in boxing. I just ain't got the time for it. I've had too much stuff going on, and yeah, that's the thing. Like when you get invested in a prospect, and then they just end up like falling off the rails and not like receive it or not achieving their full potential. It's kind of annoying. So I don't follow it at all. I don't follow boxing prospects anymore. I used to, not anymore. Oh yeah, it was a great fight. Klitschko versus Joshua was a heavyweight classic, a modern heavyweight classic. Mercer also didn't train for Lewis. Yeah, and a lot of people thought he beat Lewis. A lot of people thought he won that fight. Close fight, but a lot of people thought he won it. And being invested, I mean, skipping all the drama. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's best to not even pay attention to that stuff. In my opinion, because you get nothing from it. I can't be bothered with like press conferences and face-offs and all that crap. I've got no interest in any of that stuff at all, personally. Does AJ have a good resume? Yeah, he has a good resume. I wouldn't say it's a great resume, but it's a good one for sure. And I mean, most of his wins at world level were against guys who were past their prime, like Klitschko and Povetkin. I think those are his two best wins, and I don't even count the Joseph Parker fight because I thought that was a robbery. I thought Parker won that fight, but yeah, it's a good resume. It's similar to Bam's resume. He's beaten some guys who are past their prime, but still championship level. So it's not great, but it's good. Say it's a good resume. Char is a bum, but he's a funny Char. Yeah, he is. Like, I love seeing Char like parade that WBA belt around, pretending he's like the real heavyweight champion. And like the fact he's been able to stay relevant over these years, despite being literally like a journeyman level fighter, is fascinating to me. It's fantastic, actually, how he's been able to do that. I don't know how he accomplished it, but he did somehow. Who do you think is more accomplished than Lennox? Well, Vladimir had a much better resume than Lennox and a much longer title reign, so I'd say he was more accomplished by far. The bum trainers should just get Daniel to go all out attack for 4 rounds, use the head, everything. He won't be allowed to use the head against AJ, I don't think, at least not consistently. And even if he does, AJ hits a lot harder than Hrgovic does, and he doesn't want to be standing, taking a full-blooded right hands while coming forward from someone like AJ. He's going to get absolutely KO'd if he does that. Ali, but I don't like Ali. I believe he got punishment for what he did. And Joe Fraser suggests this. Yeah, absolutely. Joe Fraser used to say basically Ali's Parkinson's was him being punished for his behavior. And I think it probably was spiritual punishment. Shout out to Hawker Mustang. Salute to you, man. God bless you. I think Tyson Fury is a troll as well. Yeah. Yeah, he does troll people and he does wind them up and get in their head and all that. But Manuel Char does it in a more funny way, I think, because you see like hardcore boxing fans and even like boxing journalists like seething over Manuel Char like having a title and just getting so pissed off at it, and it's like he just keeps winding them up. It's funny. I genuinely find it funny. Oh yeah, Larry Holmes is a great fighter. Definitely, in my opinion, he's the best heavyweight of his era. Best like 70s, 80s heavyweight. I think Larry Holmes is for sure. How Klitschko did not drop AJ. That uppercut was brutal. Oh yeah, the uppercut AJ landed in the 11th. Yeah, yeah. How he stayed up from that, I don't know, man. That was a massive uppercut. That was one of the best punches that AJ's ever thrown in his career, I think. Kovalev, Ward, and Triple G Nello robberies chased a huge segment of fans away for years. Yeah, it did. A lot of people, like HBO, I think, lost like thousands and thousands of subscribers because of those fights. I mean, if the boxing industry had just let those fights reach their natural conclusion, if we could have just gotten real fights, HBO boxing would probably still be here, and they'd probably still be putting on big events. But people were sick and tired of the predetermined outcomes. Like, we just knew Ward was going to win. We just knew Canelo was going to win. It was all set up that way. And like I said, they couldn't just give us real fights. They all had to be paid off, and they all had to be compromised, and just to keep the money coming in from the ethnic fan bases. Got England match on. Don't follow football. Fell asleep twice in half an hour. Yeah, I don't watch football either. I heard England was playing though. Was it Switzerland or whatever they're playing? I could care less. Yeah, yeah. It's turned a lot of fans away forever for sure. Yeah, Paulie called out the low blows from Ward, but most people in the industry didn't bother. The people that actually matter, ones that have influence, they never call it out. I'm pretty sure Plant, Povetkin, and the Klitschko brothers also come from kickboxing backgrounds. They do, yeah, yeah. Povetkin was a world champion kickboxer. He was a very good one at that. And Vitali was a good pro kickboxer as well. But yeah, Povetkin was world champion. I think I saw a video of AJ saying David Price knocked him out. Yeah, he did. That's been long well known that David Price knocked out AJ in sparring, or it's been long rumored, and that was why AJ and his team deliberately avoided Price. They avoided him for a good few years. Ward and Dubois are bums. Yeah, they're both low blowing, headbutting cheats. Football is a normie sport. Everything wrong with British society. Good distraction for the elites to use. And yeah, look, that's what annoys me about football is how seriously people take it. I don't understand how you can base your entire identity, your entire culture, everything around football and getting all emotional over it. Like, it's sick as far as I'm concerned. Gonna wanna attack somebody over football. Like, I don't know, man. It's stupid. Zhang versus Povetkin. Povetkin on points. I think he just gets inside, gets underneath Zhang's punches, comes up top with shots, hits him to the body. I think he'd put a kind of beating on him that he put on Whack, but I don't think he'd stop him. So I think Povetkin on points. A colleague of mine counted up quantities of particular pallet. The next day, our supervisor said, "I didn't see you count the pallet quantities, so do it now," even though he'd already done it. Oh yeah, the boss sounds like he's got issues, like you say, trust issues. Oh, Price knockout AJ is believable. Yeah, of course it is. Like, look, Price could knock out anybody with the kind of power he had. And let's not forget, AJ was, I think, an amateur at the time, and Price was already a novice pro. So, yeah, they were both definitely stages of their career where it would be very, very realistic. Like, you'd expect David Price to win at that stage of their careers. It makes no sense because we're always in her eyesight, so it makes no difference if she saw him do it or not. You get me? Yeah. Probably just being petty, probably just on a power trip. Typical woman shit, eh? Dubois' dad threatened the IBF to make Daniel a champ. Hell, who cares what Dubois' dad says? Like, what power does he have? I'm pretty sure if Usyk wanted to keep hold of the title, he could have, because he could have just said, "Listen, I'll take the mandatory, whoever it is." But I don't know if he'd signed the rematch clause with Fury, That might have gotten in the way of it, so maybe not, you know? Who'd you consider one of the best boxers of all time? Off the top of my head, I'd say Manny Pacquiao. Active fighters right now, I'd say Usyk. I think they're both all-time greats. Such BS how Wilder was allowed to duck Povetkin when even in American court, Povetkin was proven to be innocent. People still defend it yeah. Yeah, they still say, but Povetkin's failed drug test. It's funny, remember when Povetkin fought Dillian White? And the media were just constantly going on about Povetkin drug test, ignoring the fact that Dillian White, at that stage of his career, had already failed 3 drug tests, and he went on to fail another. So, again, why were they constantly mentioning it in regards to Povetkin, but they weren't ever mentioning it in regards to Dillian White? You know, it's the same situation. But again, it's a double standard there, you know? Look, like the people who are calling Ryan a drug cheat, they've got no problem with Devin Haney being with Snack, have they? You know, having Victor Conte, a known steroid dealer, in his corner, you know? Dubum Dad is rumored to have a troll account defending his son from anyone dissing him. That might have been who was commenting on my channel, like responding to everybody defending Dubois. That might have been Dubois' dad. It wouldn't surprise me, you know? Why do people regard Lennox as a great head? Well, he was undisputed champion, so you know and he beat Mike Tyson, he beat Klitschko, you know, beat Holyfield. He had some good wins, so it's not hard to see why, you know. Some UK boxing fan told me about Big Boss Johnny, Johnny Fisher, the UK heavyweight prospect. I saw an interview with him and his dad. Seems like a likable guy. Yeah. Did he talk about Chinese? You know, because Johnny Fisher's dad always goes on about like eating Chinese and all that. It's like that's like his catchphrase or something. And yeah, he seems like a likable guy. He brings a lot of the casual crowds. You know, a lot of people like him. Yeah, the way Triple G abandoned his integrity by pretending that he was in the best shape of his life for the third Canelo fight was just disappointing, confirming that he's not the maverick breaking through. Yeah, Triple G sold out, in my opinion, and he should refund his fans for the tickets that they spent, or the money they spent on tickets for that fight. As far as I'm concerned, he should refund every single one of them for saying he was coming to win, he's going to go for the knockout, and then to go in there and just move around, throwing pitter-patter jabs at Canelo's guard, not even trying to hit him. It's pathetic, shameful. Yeah, being robbed twice probably made him jaded. Yeah, I'm not feeling sorry for him either. He shouldn't have fought Canelo. He should have told him, "Look, I'm not taking a dive. So, you know, let's we fight for real, or it's not happening." You know. Yeah, spot on about Wilder and those robberies. Ali talked about staying with your own race. Yeah, he had a white trainer and funding from white people, and he dissed Joe Fraser for being too black. He basically called other fighters Tom. Yeah, he used to call Joe Fraser a gorilla, you know? Yeah, he's a tragic character. Born to win, destined to lose by the establishment. That's a great way to put it. Great way to put it. The robberies and stories of the fights from Max. Yeah, Triple G won, but Canelo won the story of the fight, and that's what really matters, you know? I know Kovalev really won, but Andre Ward won the story of the fight, so it's all good, innit? Prime Larry versus Prime Foreman. I go with Larry on points. I give Foreman a puncher's chance, but Larry schools him for the most part and wins on points. Would be a good fight, though. Yeah, it is sickening. Dubois also got punished by saying Joey Joyce's mum is blind, and then Dubois nearly lost his eye. Yeah, it almost seemed a little bit too convenient, that didn't it? Like it seemed a little bit too ironic. You know, it's crazy. But yeah, that's exactly what happened. He said she won't be able to see it because she's blind, and he ended up with supposedly a broken orbital bone, or so he says. Personally, I think he just had a black eye and decided to quit, but is what it is. Apparently, Eubank Jr. is fighting Canelo Another soft touch for Canelo. Yeah, that's a joke of a fight at this stage. I mean, how can they justify that fight when Eubank was stopped by Liam Smith? I mean, come on. I know he won the rematch, but come on, man. That's another fight. Come to think of it, Liam Smith's fighting Josh Kelly, and Lee Talks Boxing was talking about this, and I agree. If that's a real fight, and if Liam Smith's coming to win, he absolutely runs through Josh Kelly. Like stylistically, that fight's a mismatch. But the concern I have about it is Liam Smith hasn't looked good in a while, and I don't know if he's even coming to win. But if he does, he wins that fight easily, in my opinion, by late stoppage. Probably does a similar job to what Avanesian did, you know. Yeah, Calzaghe would have slapped the crap out of Ward, schooled him. Yeah, I'd rather watch boxing than football. Football is for normies, you know, it's the most normie sport in the world. Yeah, story of the fight, imaginary scenario I created in my head that makes my guy to be better, yeah. Like, you see Ward get, like, beaten up and schooled and knocked down, but you think in your head, well, the story of the fight is he landed body shots in the clinch, even though he didn't, but that's the story, you know? Gotta come up with something to justify it to yourself, you know? I barely know any black boxers today that's actually great and challenging themselves. I might be wrong. There's not many. Like, there might be some, but there's not many right now. Not that I can think of. Yeah, people cry about soccer or football as it's called overseas. Yeah, grown ass men crying over football, crying over a bunch of like multi-millionaire players kicking a ball about. I don't get it, man. I've never understood the appeal for football. I just don't get it. It's a bunch of guys kicking a ball. Why would you want to watch that? Why would I waste my time, you know? Football, soccer, boxing, MMA fans are some of the dumbest people on the planet. Like Romans already knew it's the whole matter is about bread and circus. Exactly. It's about distracting us from real matter or the real things that are going on in the world, things that really matter. It's all a big, massive psyop, a big, massive distraction. And it's used to push propaganda, you know? Max's stories of the fights took a lot of mental gymnastics and cognitive dissonance. Yeah, they did. Because a lot of the time they were just flat out bullshit. Like, the only reason you'd say the story of the fight is if you're trying to paint a narrative. That's literally the only way or the only reason you would ever say that. Because otherwise you'd just call the action. You would just say what happened, you know? Instead of trying to trivialize the whole thing and make it some sort of fictional narrative. Just whatever's happening in the ring, call it. Say what's happening and be honest about it. That's a much more logical way to go about it, you know. I remember on fight night, nobody thought Canelo won the second fight. Many said they'd never watch boxing again. Yeah, nobody who actually scored the fight and counted the punches and knows what they're looking at and is being honest thought Canelo even came close to winning. Nobody. Everybody on press row, for example, had Canelo losing the fight. They all thought that Triple G clearly won because he did by any objective scoring criteria, you know? I don't know, man. Look. I don't think like most of the people who are interested in football. I don't think it's really the sport they're into. It's just they're raised by their parents and by their friends and all that to support a particular team, or they get very patriotic about it. Even when if you look at like a lot of the teams, most of the players aren't even British. Like in British football, most of them are like imports that have been bought from other countries. So I don't understand how you can watch football and have like a sense of nationalism and patriotism over it. I don't get it. That doesn't make it. And then supporting local teams is even weirder because it's like you hate the opposite team even though they're from the same country or the same like community as you. It's just they happen to support the opposing local team. I've never understood that appeal ever. It makes no sense to me. Yeah. That's all the what do you call it? That's all the story of the fight thing is. It's propaganda. It's to make you think like it's to make you ignore how the fight went and just think how it should have went in the minds of like people who are in authority in the media. Like, oh no, Ward should have won because he's the better person, or he should have won because body shots in the clinch, and like, just ignore the fact he took more punches and missed and got knocked down. And don't just don't just call the action and say what happened. Just go with some fictional narrative. Muhammad Ali and David Duke say the exact same things, but they're treated completely different by the Zionist-controlled US media. Yep, absolutely. Parker versus Povetkin. Povetkin easily on points. Schools him, I think. Noticing a pattern. I said Triple G sold out to slow, flat-footed bum Nello. I hope Janibek takes notes from his Kazakh brother and takes a long-term route. Yeah, hopefully Janibek doesn't turn out to be one of these sellouts who's just like being groomed to be the opponent for one of these like big name Western fighters. I hope that isn't the case. Like, hopefully Janibek is one of these guys who wants to have a long legacy in the sport, where he wants to win titles, he wants to have big fights, wants to prove himself to be the best. Let's hope he doesn't just hold himself out for one big, like, massive payday where he's going to lay down for a Canelo or a Ward or one of them guys. Let's hope that he's serious, that he actually has a bit of honor about him. Because clearly Triple G had no honor. Clearly he was willing to sell out for the establishment. But I don't know, man. I'm cautiously optimistic about Janibek. I don't know enough about the guy, but I'm cautiously optimistic that he's not going to do that. That he's actually going to go in there, continue to develop, continue to defend his title, stay in shape all year round, fight regularly, and actually build up his brand, like Triple G was doing in the early part of his career. That's what you should do. Max Dunning-Kruger Kellerman deploying his verbal golems. Yeah. Last stream, I remember you laughing your head off because I said a member of airport security put his finger down my ass crack when he searched me. Yeah, mate, mate, that's disgusting. Like, why would he do that, man? That's just horrible. That's predatory behavior. Predatory behavior, man. Horrible. Yeah. Do you ever watch KSI? No, I've never watched KSI in my life. Never watched a single video of KSI. Well, I don't think I have anyway. If I have, I probably didn't know who it was. Yeah. The first thing I heard about KSI was when he fought Logan Paul. I'd never heard of him before then. The last thing about football, I have no clue why the Polish government keeps funding the national team. It's utterly embarrassing with that cock Lewandowski on his helm. I don't even know who that is. I don't. Why is Poland, like, if they got a good football team? Like, is football big over there? I don't even know. I'd have no idea. I'd love to go to Poland, by the way. It seems like a nice place, and it seems pretty based too. From what I've heard about it. Anyway, I've got family members that have gone there, and that apparently it's pretty nice. But yeah, I don't know much about football, so I have no idea. Is the Polish team mostly white? Because Poland is like 95% white. No, you're selling me on it now. Tell you that, you're selling me on going there. If Liam keeps the pressure on Josh, he'll crumble late. Liam will have to try to not stop him. Kelly has no power. Keep Liam off. Exactly. Look, if you look at the Avanesian fight, right? Avanesian was able to just walk forward, have a high guard, bend at the knees here and there, and just apply steady pressure. And Josh Kelly exhausted himself, trying to fight that flashy Adam Booth style, just like Lee Talks Boxing was saying in his video. Like, that Adam Booth style, they've got no technique. They rely purely on reflexes and speed. And it's like these guys don't know how to pace themselves. And Josh Kelly just got completely walked down. And you could see in that fight, he couldn't deal with the high guard and the pressure. A guy with boxing fundamentals and good balance, Liam Smith's got great balance. He's got great boxing fundamentals. And I think if that's a real fight, Liam Smith absolutely batters him and stops him late. I really do. Yes, they're white, but they are the most pampered players on the planet, considering how their will to win and overall potential. I see. So are they not like very good players then? I'd imagine. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. But yeah, shout out to Poland though. I like Poland. I'd love to go there one day. It's one of the places I really would love to visit. I really would. Hey, what's happening, Corky? Good to see you, man. God bless you. Fury done. Is Fury done? I think so because look, I was cautiously optimistic about Fury in the aftermath of the Usyk fight. I thought a rematch would have been very interesting, but after seeing him crawl out of a pub, absolutely steaming drunk, and things I've been hearing from him, like how he seems delusional about the result of the fight, acting like he thought he won and all that. I think Tyson Fury is mentally checked out. I think he's done. I don't think we'll ever see him anywhere near his prime ever again. Like he won't be able to perform to the level he did in the first fight. I don't think. I don't think he can perform any better now. So, no, I think if he fights Usyk again, Usyk wins. I do. England to win, I've no idea. I don't. I don't watch football. Absolutely no idea. I wish the British football fans would get patriotic and nationalistic about the state of Britain for us. Yeah, yeah. If they were as passionate about the state of Britain as they were about football, about their crappy football teams, this country would be a much better place, and things would get done, things would get sorted if people took that much of an interest in the political and social situation in our country as they did over football. It would be a very, very different place for sure. Corky ain't done my lines yet. And why do they still call it rehydration clause instead of dehydration when it's a clause to ensure your opponent is dehydrated when he steps into the ring? Tricky language. Yeah, yeah, it is. Well, a few of us on here have been calling it dehydration clause for the longest time because that's exactly what it is. You're trying to dehydrate your opponent so he can't hit as hard, so he's got less stamina, so he's weaker, and so he can't take your punches as well. Then you end up with Terence Crawford fights where his opponents are just absolutely drained in the ring and they can't take his punches. That's what you have when all your opponents have dehydration clauses. Tank Davis does it, Crawford does it. It's just common practice in boxing now. There was a great philosophy professor that pointed out the fact that, paraphrasing, the top brass is leasing out the businessman to kick the ball. How is that supposed to invoke national pride? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying there. Absolutely. Football is Poland national sport, unfortunately. So yeah, it's a shame. Poland needs more boxers. That's what they need, because they can get they get some pretty big crowds. Like for example, when Adamek used to fight over in America, the Polacks used to travel over in thousands and support him. So they've definitely got the audience for it. They just don't have the fighters. They clearly they don't have the investment in boxing. Like you remember when Klitschko fought Adamek in Warsaw, they were able to fill a stadium over there. So it's definitely got some appeal for the sport. So I'd like to see it grow over there. Again, it's a place I've always wanted to visit. I remember in school, I had a mate who was from Poland. His name was Jakub, Jakub Szolowski, his name was, and I remember he came over. It was I think it was in like 2009 or something. He came over to our school. He traveled. He exchanged over from Poland. Like his family moved over, and he barely spoke a word of English. And it's weird, like 2 years later or something, he spoke fluent English. Like, it's crazy how quickly he picked up the accent. But yeah, I used to talk to him about Poland quite a bit, and it always sounded like a cool place I wanted to visit. What was your thoughts on the Eubank versus Smith 2 fight? I didn't actually watch the second fight. I watched the first fight. I didn't watch the second. But yeah, I did hear that Smith apparently was ill or something going into it and was drained. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if that was why he lost. Another annoying thing about football is when people ask who's better, Messi or Ronaldo. I've been asked this so many times, and I say the same answer. I don't care. Exactly. Like I don't even know anything about Messi or Ronaldo, so I have no idea. You know. Liam Smith rightly said Shalom is a scumbag. Shalom didn't want to know after the Eubank loss. Oh yeah, that guy's a creep. That Ben Shalom. Was it Del Boy said something about him that he might be a Freemason or something? Because like, how does he get involved in boxing when the guy's got no personality whatsoever? Seems to be completely clueless, you know. Poland is very nationalistic about their culture, and it has low crime, low migration. Yeah, sounds like a good place. Genuinely does. Yeah, shout out to the Polacks, man. I like them. What is it they eat over there? Sausages, isn't it? Like that's the Polish food, isn't it? Polish sausages. It's like you know when you go into them, you know they do those like Polski supermarkets in the UK because like Polish immigrants when they come over here they set up their own little supermarkets in their own communities and it's like whenever you go in there they've always got like massive sausages hanging up on the wall by the door. So that's what I always assume Polish people eat is sausages, you know. Oh man, where was I? Yep, yeah, that is a great quote. You probably won't see any men with painted nails in Poland. I would hope not. Yeah, I'm going Poland. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to the Polacks, man. Shout out to them. Powell, why did you call Lewandowski a cook? That's the same surname as that big fat boxer. You remember that guy? What was it? What's his name? Christian Lewandowski, that big fat guy that fought Tom Schwartz. Remember him? Lewandowski. Are they related? Or I guess that might be like a popular name in Poland. I don't know. I like football. It's a sport played by commies and queers. Yeah, yeah. Football's for homosexuals. You know, it's not my sport. You know, it's for homosexuals and normies. You know, and like flag waving British patriots who don't care about mass immigration. You know, I'll wait for the England footy fans to cry after the England loss. Yeah, you think I would celebrate because I'm Scottish, but I don't know. I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those like absolute like petty like jealous bastard Scottish people who like celebrate when England win or when England loses. I'm not one of them. That I find that so pathetic. It's like because Scotland's like football team is so bad, like they lose all the time, whoever they're playing, because they're just so like you know they're just so unambiguously terrible that it's like instead of celebrating when Scotland does something, they have to celebrate when England loses, which I think is just so sad and pathetic. You know, it's just one of them. But it's kind of a weird cultural thing, you know. Yeah, it's based at least for now because we have a Zogged government that's pushing the invasion of refugees. Hit me up when you're ready for a visit. I'm based in Warsaw. Yeah, that's good to see. That's good, man. That's good. I definitely see you there. That'd be awesome. Even though I'm English, I want England to lose the Euro so they can cry. It's funny. Look, one reason I could never root for England though is because they have LGBT flags on their football tops. So I can't root for any team that promotes sodomy and child molestation. You know, so I'm definitely not going to get behind them. Plus, most of them aren't even British anyway, so who cares? Only time Javonte Davis fought a hydrated opponent, he went the distance and should have lost. Yeah, that was Isaac Pitbull Cruz. He lost clearly. You know, Poland has got some pretty good MMA fighters in the UFC. Yeah, who do they have? Right, I heard there was a Polish guy doing quite well. Who was it? I forgot the name. Do you guys remember that strong man? I talked about him on here before. Mariusz Pudanowski from Poland. That was it. My mate in school, my Polish mate, he was a massive fan of Mariusz Pudanowski. He loved him. Like he was a huge fan of him. Used to talk about him and that. He was a fan of Adamek too. Interestingly, he was actually a boxing fan, same as me. And that was kind of how he ended up in our social circle because me and my mate like started boxing around about then. Don't you work in housing? Not anymore. I used to. Not anymore. I was too controversial for that. So yeah, I've got a different job now. It's a similar job. It's basically the same kind of job. It's just less hours. It's basically like janitor work that I'm doing, but it's not for a housing association anymore. Poland is based. It don't allow mass multiculturalism. Yeah. Yeah, Poland and Ireland are kicking off over forced immigration. Yeah, well, in Ireland's case, it's just too long because they've been well and truly butt broken. But Poland might still have a chance at salvaging themselves. Another thing the normies, including ones who are voting reform, think voting will change anything. Even if reform won, I reckon the borders will stay open. Farage has lied on many things. Look, Reform are just Tories. That's what they are. They're the same thing. Right? People aren't supporting the Tories anymore. So Reform have got to play the same role that the Brexit Party did and that UKIP did before them. And that's Nigel Farage either starts a new party or takes over an existing party, gets all the normies to support it, right? And then abandons the party and tells them to vote for the Tories in the next like big election. That's all it is. That's all Nigel Farage is. He's sort of a Tory correspondent, but a correspondent to the slightly more red pilled normies. My last name is Polish, so I have some Polish ancestry. Interesting. You must be pretty based then. Nor that you're watching England versus Switzerland. No, no, I don't watch football at all. I was talking about that earlier. Just got no interest in it. Pork is the dominant meat and it's good. It's all about preparation. Oh, I love pork, man. So is that what Polish people eat then? Pork, like pork sausages, is that their thing? I'll buy you like a big ass sausage then when I come over to show my respect to your people. I'm British. Yeah, yeah, me too. Uh, Carl Froch has Polish and yeah, he is. Yeah, yeah. Carl Froch is Polish. He is. A lot of people don't know that, but he is. Yeah. Apparently, the Joshua Dubois tickets are crazy prices. Doesn't surprise me. It's a pretty big fight. It's two big black guys. Both very muscular, both very handsome. It's gonna get all the totally not gay normies. It's gonna get them excited. Two big looking black guys with six packs. It's gonna get the white cooks a little bit moist. It's gonna get them excited. His wife is behaving like a total slut on Instagram. Whose wife? Um, it's responding to who's he responding to there? Oh, are you on about Lewandowski? That guy? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Poland's been flooded with Ukrainian refugees. Well, to be fair, they're basically the same people. Like Ukrainian and Polish, there's no difference. They're the exact same race, aren't they? And they have a very similar culture. So I don't really think that makes much of a difference. That would be like what England being flooded with Welsh people. It's the same people basically. You know, or ringside is a grand for the AJ Dubois fight. Wow, imagine paying a grand for a ringside ticket, man. I just can't get my head around that. Maybe if I was like a millionaire or something, but wow, there's so many other things you could spend a grand on. Boxing in Poland was at its highest in the 60s, and that's just the amateurs. Yeah, they had a good amateur system, didn't they, at one point? The rainbow is a stolen symbol. Yeah, the rainbow was the symbol of God's promise never again to flood the world, but it got corrupted by evil, degenerate, prideful sinners, unfortunately. Yep, I will not root for the USA team while they have those rainbow numbers and the gay, black, trans border around the field. Oh yeah, yeah. I can never support any team that doesn't represent me. That represents evil. I can never support that. Yeah, yeah. They're both big, handsome, muscular black guys with big biceps and six packs. So you know that all the normie white boys are gonna get off to them. They'll love that fight. They probably fantasize about being knocked out by one of them.
Did Carl Froch ever do something to you? No. No, he never did anything to me. Boazzi versus Hutchinson is a tough fight to call. Do you know, I think Hutchinson can win. I'm not saying he will, because I don't expect him to be favoured. But I think he's the better boxer. I think he has a lot more skills. So if that fight's on the level, if it's a fair fight and both guys come to win, I think Hutchinson can win on points. I would favour him in a fair fight. I think the politics will be against him, but I favour him in a fair fight. Dislike, yeah, yeah. Ukrainian refugees, I don't mind too much. They are close enough to Polish people. Yeah, exactly. They're pretty much the same race, you know. I consider Polish and British people different. Well, yeah, the culture is very different. I mean, there's some similarities there, like racially, there's not much difference, but yeah, there's some similarities there for sure. But they are different culturally. Speaking of 100 grand, oh sorry, speaking of a grand, if someone gave me 1K right now, I'd save it. Gotta be smart. Yeah, put it in the bank and save it for a rainy day. Or you could just waste it all on a ringside ticket for Dubois versus AJ, you know? There was one boxing I was watching, and the guy was saying Dubois' lips are humongous, and it's big enough to eat mangoes. What? Oh man, I don't know. That just sounds wrong for some reason. Shout out to Lee Talks Boxing. God bless you, man. It's good to see you here. Yeah, we're talking about all sorts. We're talking about Polish sausages. We're talking about, you know, big black guys with six packs. You know, some real good conversations on this one. You came in at a good time. Pakistan being based, they shut down a gay club and threw the guy that opened it in a mental hospital. That is pretty based. Maybe I want to go visit Pakistan after I'm done visiting Poland, you know. Once I started my full time, which was 12 months ago, it made me realize 1,000 ain't that much. Hey, mate, 1,000 isn't that much money. See if you're paying like rent, council tax, and all that stuff. 1,000 is barely anything. Like you need at least like 1,400, I'd say, a month to be able to save up any money at all. Unless you're like not paying rent and stuff, you really got to earn more than that, you know. Sadly, so that yeah, save up your money for sure. Yeah, he's King Ryan now. He is, yeah. I have to disagree. Although it's still better to have immigrants that look like you, the Ukrainians are definitely not on the same level in terms of being civil. Oh, is that true? See, I wasn't aware of that. Even before the war, anyone who visited Ukraine said nothing can be done without giving people a bribe. Right now, the Ukrainians are like Polish in the UK in 2004, a flood of pathological people. See, I didn't realize that. Like, I wasn't aware that there was such a big difference between Polish and Ukrainians. I always thought because it was just across the border that it would be a relatively similar culture. But obviously, you'd know better than me because you live over there, and you know you've obviously years of experience of that kind of thing. So yeah, I definitely take back what I said in that case. You know, but I'd need to experience it for myself to know for sure. You know, Dubois looks like a golly. He looks like a gollywog. Yeah, he does. Yeah. Yep, Kalergi. Dyson, you are Celtic and I'm Baltic. Of course, there's a difference. Yeah, there's a difference in terms of your ancestry, for sure. You know. Would there be a language barrier issue between Poland and Ukraine? Well, it's a different language, yeah. So I'm assuming there would be. But I think a lot of the words, like it's a similar language, with a different dialect. Am I right in thinking that? Because I think Ukrainians speak like a version of Russian, and Polish is their own language. But a lot of the words are very similar, and a lot of the I don't know, the speech patterns are very similar and stuff like that. From what I've heard, sometimes you could hear like a Polish person speaking and you hear a Russian person speaking, and they sound very similar. Like a lot of the words sound very similar. Zionist media has brainwashed the people of white Western Christian nations to become cooks. so that the worst thing you can be called is a racist. So you're either one or the other. Well, I don't mind being called a racist. It doesn't bother me one bit, you know. AJ even has Irish ancestry from his dad. Yeah. So does Andre Ward. Andre Ward is half Irish, you know. What would happen if there was no multiculturalism? Would the kebab shop exist? Yeah, the kebab shop would exist. People know how to make kebabs. You know, I mean, I'm pretty sure kebabs were invented in the UK as well. So was I'm pretty sure curry was as well. So again, this idea that if there's no multiculturalism, all you'd eat is potatoes. I mean, that's complete crap. It's revisionist nonsense. All right, you can eat whatever you want. Like a lot of the food that's attributed to immigration, a lot of it comes from the UK anyway. Like fried chicken was invented in Scotland, so you're welcome, guys. Exactly. We have the recipe on Google. We know how to make it. We know how to take like what is it, bloody lamb and make it into kebab. Like we know that, you know. We're brainwashed all the time in the United States. Every day the media says diversity is our greatest strength. How come diversity isn't Israel's greatest strength? Why is genocide happening there? Yeah, there definitely needs to be a conversation with the likes of Ben Shapiro about Israel's border policy. I would love to ask him some questions about that, you know. And then he would say, "You are an anti-Semitic. What you said there, I can determine it as anti-Semitic." Nah, nah, nah. And then I'd just slap his little tiny hat off his head, you know, and say, "Shut up." I've heard Ukrainians are like the black people of white people. That's funny, man. The black people of white people. I had to read that very carefully before reading it. Joe Joyce is half Scottish and Nigerian. Yeah, you can tell Joyce is mixed race. He's got that look about him, hasn't he? Nordic, can you speak Gaelic? And Lee, do you speak what? No, I don't speak Gaelic. No, I don't. Very few people do nowadays. Like, see in Scotland, like the schools that teach it, but very few people here speak it nowadays. You know. I believe that Devin Haney has the biggest lips. Yeah, he's got lips like Flappy Bird, hasn't he? You ever seen Flappy Bird? He's got one of them big lips. Brown people make the best kebab, and curry is Indian. Well, I don't think curry really is Indian. They say it is, but I'm pretty sure it was invented by the British Empire. I'm pretty sure they were the first ones that started that started distributing it around the world and stuff. You know. We have the recipe. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Like I was saying before, you can find it on Google. All of these estrogen-filled whites and Mexican cooks are crying about Ryan when they were concerned trolling him about mental health the entire build up to the fight. Yeah. They're just pretending they care. Really, they never cared, did they? They only care as long as it suits their agenda, you know? Yeah, Ryan is a bum. I'm starting to get annoyed at how angry people get when you criticize a game or YouTuber that they like. Gen Z worship anything but God. Yeah, I saw that recently. Like, I seen somebody criticize that bloody Elden Ring game, just the DLC of it, and you had like thousands of normies in the like normies literally getting so angry and saying you're an incel because you don't like a game. You and just saying all sorts of like derogatory things and getting all defensive. I'm like, what? Why would you get defensive because somebody doesn't like something you like? Like somebody got angry at me because I said I didn't like the MCU. I said I thought those movies were like low IQ and all that, and it seemed like they were AI generated. And somebody got pure angry at me and started a massive beef and was like responding to everything. And I'm like, why? It's just entertainment media. Why do you care if someone else doesn't like what you like? I don't get it. It is like idol worship. If these people spent as much time praying and worshiping God, they'd probably be a lot more fulfilled. I prefer the black girls twerking on ambulances to the white cocks. Yeah, I prefer nobody ever did any twerking. If truth be told, it's just a disgusting behaviour. That is. Steve Cunningham needs to be let into Israel because he's one of the real Jews. Yes, yeah, he's one of the Hebrew Israelites, and so I've heard anyway. He's also a Hitman fan, weirdly enough. Him and Eddie Chambers. Black people built this nation. When are they going to build Africa? Yeah, they still live in mud huts. Whereas, again, it's been said many times, Europeans built civilizations, cities, thousands of years ago, you know. Izzat doesn't like multiculturalism. They apparently made migrant sign or something to say they're not allowed to have intercourse with Logan women. Yeah, yeah. That they're not allowed to assimilate. What is it? Miscegenation or whatever they call it. It's illegal, isn't it? Johnny Fisher. Yeah, I know something about Johnny Fisher. His dad likes Chinese food. That's the most important thing about Johnny Fisher. He's a big puncher and he's tough, but I don't think he'll go that far. I think he'll be like a European level heavyweight at best. I don't think he'll be world champion. Haney's nose looks like a double barrel shotgun. Yeah, it does as well. Not into Indian food. I do like korma and like chicken pakora. I mean, it's not my favorite, but I do like it. You're right, Nordic. There's a considerable language overlap, but it's not to the point of a mutual fluent understanding. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. It was like that some of the words sound the same, but like it's a different dialect and a different language. It's just it's a little bit similar, you know. The media tells you these immigrants are just taking the jobs that the British do not want to do, but that's not true at all, right? Because again, there's a shortage of jobs in this country, and there's plenty of people here that would do it. It's just that a lot of companies don't want to pay full price, like they don't want to pay a living wage. A good example of that would be like delivery drivers and stuff like that. They would rather pay illegal immigrants to do that job because they can pay them peanuts to do it. Whereas if they were to hire a British citizen, they would by law have to pay them a living wage, and they don't want to do it, you know. Corporations trying to save money so they don't have to pay their staff, basically, is what it is. By the way, I what I meant is it's like people from the UA will play music from loudspeakers in public transport. Their little kids behave in a rowdy way. Yeah, that happens here too. A lot of immigrants like on buses and shit, like they vape on buses and that I've nearly gotten into a couple of bloody altercations over that. People just acting, again, it's usually immigrants too, you know, acting very, very antisocial on public transport, and it's very, very annoying. And I don't know if they get away with that in their country, but they think they can over here, you know. Yeah. There's certain ways of behaving, uncivilized, like antisocial behaviors that they think is acceptable over here, which shouldn't be, you know. Reckon if you go to Inverness, you'll cross paths with plenty of people who speak Gaelic. The more northern you go, the more it's spoken, I'm guessing. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. There's a lot of people up north that speak it, but in Glasgow, you'll very rarely hear people speak it, basically. I've been to Inverness long time ago. I'd love to go back. It's a beautiful place. Um, should I watch The Kingdom of Heaven? Do you mean the movie, the Ridley Scott movie? I didn't like that movie. I thought it was kind of boring. Used to have it on DVD. I watched it once, and I think I sold it. Wasn't a big fan of it, so I wouldn't watch it if I was you. When you eat Indian food, your arse gets another brain. Shout out to Carl Pilkington, that mank twat. Yeah, that's funny. Games are garbage these days. No custom stuff allowed. Only normie propaganda. Yeah, every single game now just seems like AI generated, like normie crap. Like none of them are in any way creative or interesting. And that's why I only play old games and I enjoy them. Bum Shapiro is anti-white by saying migrants should be allowed in the US, but none in Israel. Yeah. I would love to have a conversation with him about Israel's border policy. But anybody who tries to ask him about it, he just, you're an anti-Semite. Anti-Semite. How has nobody bitch slapped that guy yet? Somebody must, like, seriously, they got to make an example of him. The whole spiel about the movie is Muslims good, civilized, compassionate, and Crusades bad, unwarranted, and barbaric, evil whiteys, basically. Yeah, and not only that,
But that movie's just flat out lies. Like, there's a scene in that movie where you see Muslims praying on the beach, right? And one of the characters says, "What are they doing? Why are they allowed to pray?" And he says, "Oh, because they paid a tax to us, which allows us to." No, basically, we allow them to pray at a certain time of the day as long as they continue to serve us and work under our subjugation. Now, that not only is that a lie, but it's actually reversed, because what that's in reference to is it's in reference to the jizya. Now, if those of you who don't know what the jizya is, it was a tax that was in it was a tax that was forced upon nations that were conquered by the Islamic Empire, basically. So when Muslims would conquer a country, slaughter all the men, rape all the women, basically just subjugate them and rule over them, they would allow the survivors to continue to practice their religion, to continue to pray, if they paid the jizya tax. That's what it was called. The jizya was a tax on non-Muslims to practice their own religion. That was what that scene was in reference to. But because Ridley Scott and Hollywood are evil, subhuman, reprobate scum, they decided to lie and claim that it was Christians who imposed that tax when it wasn't. So yeah, fuck that movie, and screw anybody involved with the making of it. It was a boring movie anyway, but yeah, that's what it was. It was just anti-Christian propaganda. That's all it was, and it was just flat out lies. Johnny Fisher would have a really fun career without protection. He could have a Matt Skelton-esque career where he fights everyone domestically and might sneak a title shot. Yeah, I agree. And even at the rate he's going, I don't think that he'll even be a world champion. I don't think he's talented enough. I don't think he's dedicated enough. But I think he'll go pretty far at like British, European level. I think he could be European champion potentially. I heard that Eastern Europe will stay mostly white, but West Europe will be multicultural shithole. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Johnny Fisher, aka the Big Boss, his father is obese and was really getting roasted in the YouTube comment section. Yeah, his dad goes on interviews and talks about eating Chinese. Like, that's the thing. His father has been a big part of the reason why he's so popular, because he goes and, like, his dad does all these interviews, and he always like talks all this crazy stuff, and he's like, the proper working class. It eats his Chinese, and it's like, I don't know, people relate to that, I guess, because they're like, I eat Chinese too, and I'm also obese. So I guess they find that relatable. Yeah, even Indian and Pakistani people are the same. They're very similar for sure. It's hard to tell the difference between them sometimes. But they are the same. But culture is different. Muslims and Hindus don't like each other. Yeah, but there's a lot of Muslims in India, as well as a lot of Hindus, and yeah, they don't like each other. Every Somalian man looks identical. Yeah, they all look like the guy from Captain Phillips. Look at me, I am the captain. Like, they all look like that guy, don't they? Every one of them. They all look like starving Marvin. Like Indongo types. A vape is more sophisticated than any technology from their countries. Mate, I hate vapes. Like, I wish they would ban those, and I wish they would kneecap everybody that vapes, so that they learn their lesson. I'm obviously joking, but I do wish they would ban them. I wasn't joking about that part. Yeah, whites do have the most diverse features, like eye color, hair color, skin tones. Definitely the most diverse. Why pay $18.50 when they can pay Pedro and Ufufu $3 under the table? Exactly. Whereas somebody from here, you'd have to pay them a living wage. I like playing the old Ben 10 and Power Rangers games on my computer back in the day. Yeah, same. I've got a Ben 10 game and some Power Rangers games. They were pretty good, some of them. They would chimp out if they saw a vape. No way they managed to figure out how it works. Yeah. I would love to go to the UK, especially Scotland next year. I'd like to spend a bit in cities just to tick off, but mostly in nature. Where should I go? Shores, cliffs, highlands. Yeah, I would go, well, anywhere in the Highlands of Scotland is beautiful.
Like you could go to places like Glencoe, places like Ballock, like Loch Lomond. You could go to Inverness. There's so many beautiful places, Stevenson. There's so many beautiful places in the Highlands of Scotland. One place I'd recommend is Rossi, the island of Rossi. I went there earlier this year. Beautiful place. It's just so quiet, so disconnected from the world. If Christians ran Hollywood, MSN would be as effed up as it is right now. No, because Hollywood and entertainment helps to shape culture. So I think a lot of people would be influenced by that culture if Christians were running the show. I wish Hollywood was ran by Christians. Imagine every movie being like totally based and having like family values. That'd be awesome. Jizya is a Muslim tax. Minority countries make other minority religions pay. Yeah, exactly. But that movie lied. The people that made that movie lied and claimed it was a Christian tax. It wasn't. That's a lie. It's a Muslim tax, not a Christian tax. I saw an old video of Ben Shapiro when he was in college. He was in some type of gym, hauled off and punched a speed bag as hard as he could, and the speed bag came back and hit him in the face. I'm gonna need to find that. I'd love to see Ben Shapiro getting hit by a speed bag. That'd be funny. Even the speed bag doesn't like him. Shapiro would love it if 50% of all tax dollars went to Israel. You mean 100? You mean 100% of all tax dollars? That's what you mean, right? Ben Shapiro fell off the floor and he jumped and ran out the gym like a little girl. Yeah, he's like,
That was anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic.
Christians must gain control of the halls of power once again. Exactly, and it needs to be done through force. Need an army to take over. And I'm sounding like a terrorist now, aren't I? But hey, if it works. I actually saved that video clip on my computer somewhere. You need to upload it. Upload like Ben Shapiro gets owned by a speed bag or something. That'd be funny. Ben Shapiro thinks you should work for life, so Izzo gets to do its genocide. Yeah, but he doesn't have to work, of course. He's worth, what, like 15 million or something like that. Yeah, I am going to watch that. I'm cautiously optimistic about it. And Mel Gibson better not sell out and become a cock and start promoting, like, sodomy in it, It better be factually accurate. I think deep down, I sense Bum Shapiro knew the Palestinians were wronged. Oh, he knows it. But, like, didn't he post, like, an AI-generated image of, like, a dead baby to Twitter and then said, he tried to use it as propaganda. This is what they're doing to us. They're killing our babies. And then it wasn't even real. It was an AI-generated image, which he probably knew about. So, he's an evil scumbag as far as I'm concerned. Evil, warmongering scumbag, Who said there was beef with Hatman? I never said there was beef with Hatman. Did I? Maybe I did. I don't remember. Ben Shapiro was an industry plant. He's been groomed to be an Israeli first neocon commentator from the day he was born. Yep, he's an industry plant, no doubt. Would Britain become majority 90% white again if it's... No, it won't. That'll never happen. Completely impossible. You'd need a genocide for that to happen. And no, I'm not advocating that. So no, that will never happen. I guess that's one movie I won't be watching. Yeah, I wouldn't waste your time with it. I wouldn't waste your time. Watch a good movie instead. I don't know, watch Pingu or something. Watch Garfield. I don't know. You watch anything except that. Please watch Codex India episode 1. Screenwriting is great. Codex India episode 1. I'll need to remember that. Check it out. Do you watch Tracy Beaker? Yeah, I remember that. I used to watch that. That used to be on, if I remember rightly. I think that used to be on when I got in from school. I'm pretty sure it was on. Was it? What was the channel that show used to be on? Was it CI? No, it wasn't CITV, was it? It was the BBC equivalent. I forgot the name of it. I think it was like the BBC equivalent of that. And yeah, Tracy Beaker. It was like the girl. She lived in a like an orphanage or whatever, Oh no, it was one of them homes where where basically parents would send their kids when they can't look after them anymore and shit. And yeah, she basically like got abandoned by her mother, and she lived in like the home with all the abandoned kids and all that. Yeah, that was quite an interesting show. That it was. Yeah, CBBC. That's it. That's it. That's the BBC's equivalent of the of the what do you call it, the CITV thing. They had CBBC. Yeah, I used to watch that. I remember I used to watch it when I came in from school, and it was actually quite an interesting show. It was like, it was kind of stupid and cringy, but from what I remember, it was quite interesting. It was. Like I said, it was like a kids' home on it. Or it wasn't. I called it an orphanage. It technically wasn't an orphanage. Like, the parents were in the picture, but it was like they would leave their kids there when they couldn't, when they had stuff going on at home. There was some sort of like abuse or whatever, or financial issue, and the kids were basically sent into care, basically. And yeah, that was what the show was about. And it was like her mother was a total like narcissist scumbag or whatever, but who like was away trying to be a celebrity and shit. And yeah, she left her in the home. Yeah, that was an interesting show. I don't remember that much about it, but I do remember certain aspects of it. Yeah, I used to watch it. It was actually an okay show from what I remember. Do you remember Silent Hill games on PS2? Yep. I've got all the old Silent Hill games, all the mainline ones anyway. I got Silent Hill 1, 2, 3. I've got Silent Hill 4. I've got Shattered Memories. Those are the ones I've got. And I reviewed them all on the channel, on my gaming channel. India, I'm good. A black African just scored for Swiss. Yeah, well, on the Swiss, patriotism. Yeah. Very easy for rich white liberals to virtue signal, yeah, but it's not so easy for working class ones, you know? Yep, he did. He plagiarized the Bible. Muhammad plagiarized the Bible. Yeah, just find a place disconnected from the world with your phone turned off in a backpack. Yep, that's what I do. I go out in the countryside, don't look at my phone, just chill out, enjoy myself, and stay away from technology for a bit. It's great for mental health, you know? Although the Shapiro type, apparently his kind don't have to pay interest, but others do have to pay interest. Yeah. Seems to be a better therapy than going to a psychologist, aka your girl with master's degree is not able to connect with and not so usual struggles of an average and below average man. Yeah. Mate, I gotta be perfectly honest. I could never, ever go to a psychologist or like a counselor or whatever, because if I did, I know, like, see, even if I had problems like that, I know for a fact that I'm talking to this person and pouring my heart out, telling them all my problems. I know for a fact they don't give a shit. That they're just looking at their watch, waiting for the hour to end so that they can get paid and go home or go to their next client. Like, I know that they don't care. And I know that anything they could tell me, I probably already know. So I just see that as complete. I see like psychologists as completely and utterly pointless. I really do. I really do. I've watched Kingdom of Heaven at school when I was learning about the Crusades in history classes. Only good parts of the movie are the battles. Yeah, the battles are okay, but the message behind the movie is flat out evil. You know, it's anti-Christian propaganda. You know, Passion of the Christ sequel will have LGBTQ plus and disrespect Christian culture. That's my concern about it. Like, if I see one thing like that in that movie, if I see a sodomite or anything like that, I'm walking out immediately. I'm not finishing the movie, and it's getting a 1 out of 10 if I see that. You know, it thinks it's possible if people wake up now and not doing it through genocidal means. Well, no, it won't be possible because there's just too many people here now. You know, Tracy Beaker started in 2002. Yeah, I remember. I remember when that was new on TV. I was in primary school when that came out. Funniest moments in boxing. To me, still to this day, one of the funniest moments in boxing is the face-off between Pascal and Hopkins, you know, the HBO face-off thing. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen in boxing. So funny, you know. A close second would be Klitschko versus Hay. That, you know, where Klitschko's like the earrings and the fleshy flesh. That was funny. There's a big scandal going down. Ben Shapiro fired the black woman Candace Owens. Yeah, we all know why that was. Because she dared to criticize Israel's genocide of the Palestinians, you know, which is a no-no according to Ben Shapiro.
Anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic. That is anti-Semitic. She said that Christ is king, and I'd interpret that as anti-Semitic.
I drove by plenty of churches with pride flag. Yeah, there was a church just round the corner from me that has one. Just up the road, they've got like a big pride flag outside, and it's like we include everyone. And I did a bit of research on that church, and like they've got social media, and they block anybody. Like they immediately block anybody that criticizes them or posts like actual Bible quotes and verses. They block them. So clearly they're not a real church. In fact, you know what I'll do? I'll take a video. I'm gonna walk by that church sometime, and if I see one of their like I'm not even gonna call them priests, so one of their like handlers, one of their pastors, whatever you want to call them, I might like video them and ask them why it is they think it's acceptable to lead God's people to hell, and I'll see if they have a reaction to it. They'll probably go, "You're a very small-minded individual," and blah, 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 blah. And then I'll quote the Bible to them, and they'll say, "Oh, that's not the real Bible. Blah, 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 blah. This is the real Bible." Blah, blah, blah. And they'll go, "No, this is what they'll say. They'll say, you are a Paulian Christian." You know, because that's what they're saying. You know, because like these like sodomites that pretend to be Christians when really they're not. What they'll do is they'll say that certain aspects of the Bible, like verses written by Paul, you know, the apostles, shouldn't be taken. They shouldn't be taken literally, so that they should be cut from the Bible essentially. And they'll say anybody that actually believes in the real Bible and is a genuine born again Christian is what's called a Paulian Christian, and all that, which basically just means a real Christian. And they say it as if it's like a negative thing. They put it in a negative context when really it's positive, you know. A black African just scores for English, can't make it up. Yeah, so it's Africa versus Africa, you know. I'm very patriotic right now. You know, when he's and tell your gay lover Tony Bellew, I'm gonna do him as well, or something. And Ben Shapiro and Jewish guy run the Daily Wire. They're always talking about free speech. Yeah, they don't believe in free speech. They ban anybody who criticizes Israel. So they don't believe in free speech at all. They're liars. I don't watch TV channels anymore. I used to watch channels like CITV and CBBC back in the day. Yeah, I used to watch them too when I was a kid. I remember, I think CITV used to show Scooby-Doo, like the original Scooby-Doo. They used to show that. That was the main reason I used to watch that. I think that was CITV anyway, if I remember rightly. They were never my favorite channels though. My favorite channel as a kid was Jetix, because they used to show X-Men and Spider-Man, the old cartoons. I used to watch them. But yeah, I like those ones too. No church should have a so-called pride flag. Exactly, because pride is the root of sin. Pride is a sin. The Bible is very clear about this. So clearly, look, if you genuinely believe in God and you genuinely believe in Jesus Christ and the concept of sin and the concept of right and wrong, you could never even bring yourself to promote pride, because you, in your mind, you're damning people, right? Instead of saving them, you know. So, or leading them to potential salvation. So clearly that tells me that the people that run that church don't believe in God. That they're not genuine believers. Their heart isn't in the right place, you know. That's basically what it tells me. It tells me that they want to use Christianity for their own gain, be it financial or be it some sort of community agenda, you know. But they don't actually believe in the scriptures, you know. I doubt they even read the Bible in that church. There's a lot of churches, believe it or not, that don't even read the Bible. You know, they don't even do Bible study. And if they do, they take things out of context deliberately. And they deliberately cherry pick it to suit an agenda, you know. You know, I've never played Doom on the 64. I've never played it. I've never even played the original, you know. Yeah. The Amir Khan mystery man situation, that was funny. You know, it was like, do you know what the funniest thing about that was though? Is the fact it ended up on the news. I remember it was on BBC News, and they like had the footage and they like zoomed in on the guy. They're like, controversy at Amir Khan's fight as a mystery man in a hat is seen talking to one of the judges, and they were acting as if that guy was the reason that Lamont Peterson got the decision. But it's like the guy was an IBF official. He was one of the officials working for the IBF. So that was why he was ringside, and he probably knew the judges who were appointed by the IBF. And they literally, Khan and his team were like posting photos of the guy all over social media, calling him the mystery man. And the BBC were literally showing footage of it, going, "Who is this man? This mystery man seen ringside distracting the judges?" And it became like a massive like it was like a creepypasta or something. It was like a massive investigation. It was so funny, man. That really made me laugh. It did. The mystery man. Yeah, I agree. They should criminally prosecute vape users, and they should ban vapes entirely. They're absolutely disgusting. Those things, they should be banned. Seriously, the psychologist concept is such a cocked idea. Yeah, I could never do it. I can never do it personally. I can never bring myself to do it. I was court ordered to see a psychologist. I talked about nothing but boxing for the entire hour every single time. That's a good idea. Yeah, the psychologist probably enjoyed it, you know. No way am I going to blabber like some buffoon to a stranger, yeah, telling them all your problems and crying and, you know, asking for sympathy and advice. I can't do that. Too much of a red-blooded alpha to do that. That's beta shit. Exactly, Base Thunderdome goes to his psychologist and talks about boxing, you know. Based. Nobody has ever gotten better from going to therapy. Nah, they probably get worse. I mean, I guess it could help some people to just get things off your chest, but you could do that just like I could do that on here. I could make a YouTube video and get things off my chest, or talk to one of my friends or something. It doesn't have to be a psychologist. I don't need to pay somebody to listen to me talk, you know. They probably thought I had the tism. Yeah, they probably did. And it's like they probably thought that boxing was like your autistic obsession, you know, that was part of your routine, you know. They just become trans. Yeah, you go to a psychologist and you come out trans. Yeah, I went in to use the bathroom and I came out as a woman. Interestingly, a lot of genuine Jews believe Jesus is the Messiah. Yeah, those are called Messianic Jews, apparently. Well, that's what they're known as anyway. You know, Jews who believe in both testaments, the Old Testament and the New Testament. To me, those are the only real Jews, you know. Yeah, got blocked by the Church of Satan. Yeah, they block everybody. Well, they haven't blocked me. I haven't contacted them, but I know for a fact anybody that contacts them and preaches the Bible gets blocked immediately, which is why I want to get one of them in person and get them on camera and maybe upload it to the channel. I might do like a surprise interview on one of them. I doubt they'd answer my questions though. They probably call the police actually. That's what these degenerates do, you know. Pouring your heart out to some stranger and paying for it is gut wrenching in an instinctual way. Yeah, it is. I would feel horrible doing it. Just couldn't bring myself to do it. Just couldn't bring myself to do it. Nothing can be done to fix society, sadly. All you can do is pray and prepare for the end times, you know. I think Loma would destroy Tank, but now he's kind of declined. I think he got robbed. Obviously, black privilege what do you think of Bam Rodriguez and Estrada fight review, in your opinion? I haven't watched the fight yet, but it went exactly as I thought it would. Like, look, Bam's the bigger guy, the younger guy. He's the guy with the political protection. You know, it was set up at the right time for him to win, basically. He did get dropped, but you know, I don't really read too much into that. You know, aggressive fighters can get dropped anytime, and Estrada, you know, is a experienced guy. He can counterpunch, so I don't really read too much into it. But yeah, it's from what I heard, it went exactly how I expected it would. You know, yeah, that'll never happen though. Better to have a stranger sitting at bar listening to your shit. Yeah, well, that won't cost you like what, £20 an hour or something. That'll be cheaper. Just tell a stranger, you know, if you need to get stuff off your chest and talk about stuff to someone, you know. I don't believe Passion of the Christ sequel will go woke because Mel Gibson's directing it. He spent 20 years trying to get it right, he says. Well, I hope that's true. But again, as much as I like Mel Gibson, I don't fully trust him because he's involved in Hollywood, you know. Something tells me if he was allowed, you know, if he was if he's allowed in Hollywood, then something I don't trust, you know. Mel is based. Check out his audio tapes going righteously berserk against his cold Eastern European gold digger of a wife. Yeah, I heard about that. I actually did listen to that. It was quite funny. I felt bad for him listening to that though, because you could just hear the pain in his voice. You could hear how hurt and stressed he was. I felt sorry for him over that. I really did. When Isaac is about to lose to the Antichrist, will rise. Crawford might lose next fight. Philly's fighting's good. Yeah, Idril Madrimov. That's a good fight. Interesting fight. I hope that Madrimov doesn't have a dehydration clause. If he doesn't, he has a good chance of winning that fight. I genuinely think he does. Crawford's not this unbeatable like legend people think he is. He's very beatable, you know. Yeah, Pride Month spells out demon when you break it down. Look, that flag and everything it represents is absolute poison, let's be honest. Is the right wing blaming migration and Islam a tactic to deflect from Israel? Well, yeah, because they'll tell you the problem, but they won't tell you the root of the problem, will they? I mean, that's a bit of a cliche at this point to say, but yeah, it's true. Crawford can't lose with his cement gloves and black privilege. He's the favourite boxer of the cooks and boxing hipsters. Yeah, they all love Crawford. But I'm hoping that the Saudis get involved and make that a legit real fight and don't allow anyone to have any favoritism. Because if that's the case, Israel Madrimov can win. He certainly can. Spider-Man 3 quote, give me rent. An orange. Based Mr. Dickovich. He's based. He's Russian and all, and he's based. Vape users are the vegans of smokers. Yeah, absolutely. And they're just as insufferable as, in fact, they're even worse. I don't like cigarettes either, but I'll take them any day over vaping. Vaping's just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I played the first Doom 2 years ago, and I've immensely considered it as one of the best games of all time. Just find a good port. The gameplay is smooth and amazing, just based. Yeah, I might actually get the was it the Xbox One version? It was ported to the Xbox One. I might actually get that version if I can get it for a good price. So yeah, I might check it out there. I might even review it. Do you read manga? I like Vagabond and I've never read manga in my life. No, heard some good things about it though. A lot of people like it. It's a game that was developed by the Archetypal Nerds, a product of passion, and you can feel it seriously. Yeah, John Romero was one of the developers, wasn't he? And he was, a big name back in the day in sort of the first-person shooter market, you know. I've had to change my gym as a trans is in the gym using female toilet. That's disgusting, right? Absolutely vile. It's disgusting that the gym allows that. They should kick them out. Based Nordic Chad owning Satanist degenerates. Yeah, I'd love to do that. Like, see if I get the time. I'm totally considering doing that, but I'd need to get them at the exact right moment. I want to get one of them like coming out of the church on his own and I want to get a video of him, and I want him to justify on camera why he thinks it's okay to put pride flags on a church and lead God's people to damnation. I want to hear one of them say that on camera, why they think that's okay, and answer the question honestly. And if they refuse to answer it, then they're just a coward, you know, and they'll have been exposed as having no argument against what I say, you know. It's going to get to the point where people are going to take matters into their own hands. Yeah, and maybe that's what they want, so they can justify more surveillance state, you know. The Sonny Edwards fight, I didn't see the Sonny Edwards fight. I've never seen a full Sonny Edwards fight either. Didn't watch the whole thing, you know. A lot of the psychologists need a psychologist. Yeah, a lot of the reason these guys get into psychology is because they're crazy. So it's like lunatics running the asylum. That's what it's like, that industry, you know. It's always some demon possessed liberal hoe, yeah, with blue hair and all that, and piercings usually. Shout out to Sven Otke, the legend, man. God bless you. God bless you. I can't imagine getting some cliche liberal advice from some demon lady, then seeing $50 gone from my bank. Yeah, you're paying some blue-haired retarded liberal who probably vapes and probably injects heroin and shit. At least vapes, you know, telling you how to live your life. No thanks. I'm not interested in that, you know. No chance. I can hear all the football normies on my street screaming like children. Yeah. Why is it because of England? Or did they score? And all the normies excited about it, like they just accomplished something. Are you a console gamer? I am, yeah, mostly. I have played PC games before, but I'm more of a console gamer. That's more my thing. Always been more into consoles, you know. Unfortunately, the old games, you can't find patches anymore. They shut down an old version server if they know older versions were better. Yeah, because they want you to buy all the new shit. They don't want people buying the good old originals. Yes, Darrell won that fight 9 rounds to 3, in my opinion. He won that fight. They really ousted Mel Gibson from Hollywood and called him anti-Semitic. Yeah, and he had to kiss a lot of ass to get back in, you know. Do you think the election was fixed, or did normies really vote for Labour? Well, what I think happened, you know, the Tories came out and said they were going to draft young people into the military, right? You know, they were saying that they were going to draft 18-year-olds into the army, and it was going to be mandatory. I can't think of an easier way to lose votes than that. So it seemed to me like it was planned for Labour to take over, and that commie piece of shit, Keir Starmer, to take over. So yeah, Labour have probably been set up for the victory for the full few years. You know, seemed like it was planned. You know, I've heard some interviews from him, and he's more based than any other actor. Yeah, Mel Gibson is based. I feel like anybody can be bored or intimidated. You know, my gym is both a boxing gym and a normal standard gym. Yeah. Sometimes that's good because then you got your boxing stuff, but you've also got all your equipment, like your weights and your machines and stuff, you know. How can anyone have the pride flag in those activities? I call it shame flag. Yeah, the shame flag. I saw a great video of a based old lady interrupting a gay wedding at a church and ripping the pride flag down and calling all the people there idiots and fools. Based. Absolutely based. That woman's got balls of steel, figuratively, you know. Because you do that here, you go to prison. Yeah, I've got Apocalypto. I still haven't watched it. I bought the DVD not too long ago. I keep meaning to watch it. Sonny Edwards versus Curo was about as entertaining as pouring a full carton of orange juice onto a gaping wound. Yeah, I think I'll be skipping that one, you know. Yeah, Sonny ran all night last fight. Yeah, that's all he ever does in fights. Except for the Bam fight where he had no choice but to stand and fight, you know. You're the only person I've heard say they hate vaping more than smoking. Yeah, I hate vaping. I hate it. I can't stand it. I was a long time smoker, about 25 years. All right. Did you quit then? That's good if you were able to quit. That's good.
I've been playing Ratchet and Clank too. Ratchet and Clank games are timeless classic. Yeah, they're great games. I've got the trilogy on PS2. They were the same developer as Spyro as well. So they were the best developer for their time, I think. Funny how Froch fouled all night, but it was Darrell who got the point off. That's Froch in Nottingham for you. Yeah, Froch was like hitting behind the head constantly and like throwing him around, and Darrell got a point taken for clinching, you know. Yeah, that was a robbery, that fight. Absolute robbery. I didn't vote. Apparently 20% population voted Labour. Yeah, I don't vote either. I never vote. What is it? Exactly, they're all Zog controls, so why it matter what you vote? It doesn't. The Masons probably took over 1,000 years ago. I don't know. My sister voted for the Green Party. I just laughed in her face when she told me, mate, that party are a bunch of like a bunch of like furries that are into bestiality. That's what they are. I'm not even joking, by the way. Look up the Green Party and their bestiality agenda. They're absolutely disgusting, them. Sonny Edwards is an inspiring oil driller. You cannot fake that smile when a journalist mentioned Clarissa. Some interview, he was blushing like a teenage girl. Yeah, that's disgusting, isn't it? All the elections are rigged. It seems like this one's rigged for Trump, unless they plan on replacing Joe with Big Mike or that tranny Kamala Harris. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me either way. I don't even care. I've stopped paying attention to elections and all that gay shit. I don't care about them. Never did, really, you know. I don't care. Bam Rodriguez put on a great show versus Estrada. Yeah, he did. It was a great fight. Again, it went pretty much how I thought it would, you know. What do you think of Froch's YouTube channel? Never watched it. I never watched Froch's YouTube channel. Not one time. Yeah, got nothing to say about it. Another thing I hate today, I go into the store, I see 50 and 60-year-old white women with multicultural hair and tattoos all over the body. Yeah, I hate tattoos. They're just tacky, disgusting, I think. That's another thing. Like, I've never understood the appeal. Why would you get tattoos, especially a woman? Because you're going to regret it at some point. Yeah, it might seem cool at the time, but a couple months later, you're going to be like, why did I get that? I just look stupid now. And then when you're older and you just look like a crackhead or something, you know. Yeah, you look like tattoos. Tattoos make women look like heroin addicts. They do. The debate was pretty funny. Joe sounded like he was on death's doorstep. All the cringe normies talked about after the fact how both were bad and too old to run. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because they're just actors. You know, Biden's just an actor, right? The people that run the show are people behind the scenes you've probably never even seen before. You know, any parties that actively want to make meaningful change get shut down immediately. Yeah, good example of that's the BNP. They were the only national party in the UK. They were the only conservative party in the UK for the past like 50 years or so, and look what happened to them. You know, they were destroyed by the media, completely shut down, and the normies just believed everything the media told them. You know, they were set up to fail. That's what happens. You don't get far if you have genuinely good intentions. As a kid, I stayed in Lord's Such B&B. He ran Monster Ravin Looney Party. Made sense. Hung himself a few years later. Wow. I remember Sporting Icon's old videos of him, fanboy of Dillian White. Yeah, that guy's a complete cook. He's another one of these like tattooed, Sweet Caroline singing normie cook white boy British fans who gets off to black guys with six packs. You know, he's one of these Anthony Joshua types. Oh, Daniel Dubois. He's one of them types, an absolute clown. Never liked that guy. Trump and Biden are both secret society. I don't think Biden is even still alive. Do you know what? I was saying that on a live stream several months back, that Biden looks like he's wearing a mask. He doesn't even look like the real Biden. Because if you look at old interviews of Biden, he's like a completely different person.
He's nothing like he doesn't have the same opinions. He doesn't have the same political views. He doesn't have the same speech patterns. His sense of humor, his overall like demeanor is just so different. And I get people, you know, I get people are different as they age, but not that much different, you know, not that much different. He made excuses, I think, when Fury knocked out White and said it was going to be a war. Yeah, he's a clown. He's just a cock, you know, typical normie who appeals to normies, you know. In Poland, they say only seamen, prisoners, and harlots get tattoos. Yeah, yeah, I can't stand tattoos, and I hate how women have tattoos. Why would a woman get a tattoo? It literally makes you look like an absolute slag. It makes you look like a heroin addict when you get a tattoo. It's horrible, you know. I believe in Toronto, Canada, the other day they had a gay pride parade. A lot of weirdly dressed homosexuals exposing their genitals to children. Well, that's just what they do. That's what homosexuals do. They expose themselves to children. Where was I? You can see he was hurt by it, and Sporting Icons is bought by Eddie. Oh yeah, he's definitely affiliated. I mean, Eddie Hearn was like, subscribe to Sporting Icons. You don't need to go anywhere else. Like clearly he's like supported by Matchroom to promote their fighters, clearly. And yeah, he dissed Eddie because he refused an interview. Yeah, before then. Some of the videos on black people on Twitter is strongest evidence that we evolved from apes. Nah, human beings didn't evolve from apes. They didn't. Reckon he was relieved when Usyk beat up Fury. Yeah, probably because Fury was a rival to AJ. I saw Nordic's comment on Sporting Icons video. When did I comment on Sporting Icons video? I don't recall commenting on one of his videos. No, I have commented on them before, but I don't recall commenting on them for a long time. Sometimes I leave comments and I forget though, so maybe I did. You know, British fans need new songs. I'm sick of "Oh Anthony Joshua" and "Walking in a Hat and Wonderland" being sung about every fighter. Yeah, the new one is "He's one of our own." Like Chris Billum Smith, he's one of our own. He's one of our own. Like that's the lamest one yet. Like it's Lee Wood. He's one of our own. He's one of our own. I'm like, that is just so gay. It's lame. Like the one I do like though, because it's kind of funny, is the Warrington. The Josh Warrington one. That's kind of funny. That's kind of that one's a little bit unique. It's a little bit more catchy. You know, I like that one. Oh, Warrington. And it's funny the Walking in a Hat and Wonderland. That one doesn't suit all fighters. It depends on the amount of syllables. Like it would work for someone like Josh Taylor. Like there's only one Josh Taylor, but it wouldn't work for say like Murmajan Akhmadaliev or someone. Like there's only one Murmajan Akhmadaliev. Oh. There's only one Sergei Derevenchenko. In what round do you think Dubois is going to quit against Mr. Superior Race? I'll go off on a whim and I'll say round 9 or 10. 9 or 10. I'll just guess. That's just a guess off the top of my head. I'll say 9 or 10. Yesterday at work, I saw some girl that couldn't have been older than 19 with her arms and neck covered in tattoos. She was trying to be nice to me, but I couldn't help but be disturbed. Mate, like, see when she's like 30, I guarantee you, she's going to look like a 60-year-old, like, washed up hooker. When all those tattoos start to droop and they start to get misshapen, she's going to regret them. Like, because she doesn't look like a wife, does she? So no one's going to want to marry her. So she's going to regret them. No normal person, anyway. I don't believe in evolution, by the way. If anyone thought I was, if we evolved from apes, why are apes still around? They would be humans, surely. Exactly. And evolution is scientifically impossible anyway. So people that believe in it are idiots. I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, even though both guys are Zog control. Yeah, it doesn't matter who you vote for. It doesn't make a difference. And Sporting Icons predicted White to stop Fury. Yeah, that's... Come on, man. Like, he must have been trolling, surely. He must have been. Surely he didn't actually think White was going to stop Fury. Tattoo women are awful, yeah. Yeah, I can't stand them. They look horrible. G-Man Boxing's worst prediction was Dillian White to stop Fury. Yeah, I know G-Man picked White. I didn't know that Sporting Icons did, though. But again, was G-Man being serious or was he just trolling? I don't know. I doubt he actually thought that. I don't like it, Josh. The rainbow is a godly thing, which is why the degenerate pride lot took it for themselves. They're sick people. Yeah, it's like J.R.R. Tolkien said, evil cannot create, it can only corrupt. And that's exactly what they do. They take symbols and they corrupt them, I've seen way too many with butterfly tattoos. Why even get a tattoo to be unique when then proceed to get some basic cringe tattoos? I'm not a fan of tattoos, but at least be unique. Yeah, if I was to get a tattoo, it'd be something cool, like Wolverine claws or something like that. I don't know, something badass like that. Maybe like a Nordic Warhammer or something. I don't know. I wouldn't get like just generic shit like a butterfly or what is it other people get? They get like they get like mum and dad tattooed on their arm and all that. Just stupid shit, Yeah. Tattooed women are triggered. Joe Biden didn't have pale white skin before and wasn't thin and frail. Plenty of facial differences. Looks to have a silicone mask. Yeah, I've seen photos where it looks like he's got a mask that could be pulled off, like in Mission Impossible. The worst one is, Jarek Chisholm supporting on an illegal immigrant who hates white people. Yeah, imagine supporting Derek Chisholm. Any British person that would root for Derek Chisholm and support him deserves to be bitch slapped. I'm not even kidding. Imagine supporting a gutter trash piece of shit, degenerate thug like Derek Chisholm. You'd have to have something wrong with you to support him. Piercing or I say tattoos worse because they're permanent. At least a piercing, saying that, piercings can cause lasting damage, so they might be worse. Yeah, in retrospect, I'd say piercing, but tattoos look worse, I think, because again, they kind of stain your skin and gotta like scrape them off and that. Like, it's horrible. Both are disgusting though. Even though he doesn't deserve a shot, Warrington should be. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think Warrington should win. AJ learnt his lesson on racist comments. He promoted a white business in John McDermott. Yeah. Don't shop at their shops, innit? Whenever I see someone with their hair dyed bright colour, I immediately think nonce. Yeah. Well, that's how you know that they're a toxic, like mentally ill weirdo. Because again, you have to be mentally ill to dye your hair blue and all that. It's just a sign of mental illness. I'm not even sure what possesses people to do that. But clearly they're mentally ill when they do it. Clearly they are. What about that guy Boxing Square? I don't know who that is. Boxing Square, no idea. Picking White to beat Fury is crazy. Yeah, I can't get my head around it. It's literally a mismatch, Don't most of these boxing channels even laced up a glove? Well, Hatman has. He was like a ABA heavyweight amateur, wasn't he? He was like a badass on the street, Women who want a tattoo are the same ones who would attend pole dancing classes. Imagine that pole dancing class. Like, you need a class to learn how to pole dance. How? Like, oh man, I thought that's so stupid. I don't know. Yeah, I've heard that theory. A lot of people think Kate Middleton is dead, and some people are even saying that like they used AI images to pretend she was alive, or AI videos and whatnot, and that they what was it that they what was it I was going to say, that they were saying that they used her blood or something, that they like used her blood to paint something. Paint that picture of Charles or whatever. I don't know, but that's what I've heard. Yeah, people are saying she died of cancer, whatever. I don't know. I've no idea. I've not looked into it much. I've been finding more biblical archaeological evidence in the past few weeks that proves stuff happened in the Old Testament. Just more proof that Jesus is the only way. Yeah, you want to see something interesting? There's an like if you're into archaeology, there's a channel on YouTube called uh Expedition Bible. Expedition Bible, I think. And this guy does like he goes out in the field and he does like genuine archaeological studies of historic sites from the Bible, and he uncovers genuine archaeological evidence for biblical stories. And I'd invite you. You might have already seen it. Chances are you've probably come across it. If you haven't, check that channel out. If you're into archaeology, it's fascinating. Watched quite a few of his videos and learned actually quite a lot from watching it. LGBT Chisora is gonna get laid out by Joyce. Oh yeah, Joyce is gonna batter Chisora. Like unless Joyce has just gotten old overnight, he's gonna batter Chisora. Probably stop him. Yeah, he's way too good for him. I think he'll be better prepared for that fight than he was for Cash Ali, because I think he knows Chisora is more of a threat. So I'm expecting a better version of Joyce. I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm going to get some essential supplies and do a piss, Okay, where was I? Let's get back to where I was. All right, people think I'm mad, but I'm picking Chisora to beat Joyce. Yeah, I think you're mad. I don't think he's got more than like a 5% chance there. I think he gets smashed. I honestly do. Chisora is beyond shot. Like that guy is punch drunk. I could probably beat him now. I'm not even joking. One of my guilty pleasures in boxing is to watch Chisora get beaten up a lot. Yeah, same. After Joyce, he should fight Zhang next. Yeah, he should fight Zhang. Then he should get an Usyk rematch, and he should also fight the AJ versus Dubois winner, and he should fight Hrgovic. Chisora should just line up and fight all of them. Fight them all in their hometown. Those giant ear piercings are disgusting. I just want to grab them and pull them out when I see them.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that tattoos cause blood poisoning. I've heard that. That's again that might be why they're so widely um what was I gonna say? Why they're so widely promoted, so that more people get sick from getting them. Could be depopulation. John McDermott beat Fury. Yes, he did. John McDermott did beat Fury. Oh yeah, I went to get a can, by the way. Who cares? It's Saturday. I have what I want on Saturday. I remember this tattoo craze, fetishism that began around the mid 2000s. Normie magazines and shows were talking about how cool David Beckham was with his new tattoos. Anything the celebrities, the footballers, and the singers do, all the normies do. It's like, do you remember when like Rihanna dyed her hair? She dyed it red, and then all the normies were getting their hair dyed red. They were just copying her. People are just so easy to influence, aren't they? They're so easy to manipulate. It's shocking, man. Remember a while ago, Chisora was claiming to be born again. Yeah, he was saying praise God and all that stuff, but seems to just have abandoned it, doesn't he? Yeah, tattoos on your face. That's just vile, man. Why would you vandalize your skin like that? It's disgusting. Make yourself look like a toilet door, Piercings, tattoos, hair dye, and an obsession with fashion are all things that confuse me. Yeah. Never. That's another thing I never understand. Why do people dye their hair? I don't get it. Why do people? It's like people bleaching their skin and having to go on sunbeds and all that. What's wrong with being white? What's wrong with the way you look naturally? I think people need to stop being so insecure and just appreciate the way God made them. You look the way you look for a reason. Sven, that's a sick trick. He says, and acts like a fruitcake thug. Another way to degrade Christianity. Yeah, maybe that was his role, was to make Christianity look bad by claiming to be one while being a complete degenerate. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, especially with Scandinavians. I'm shocked how frequent tattoos are with women. Yeah, Scandinavians are some of the dumbest people on the planet. Literally some of the most ignorant people on the planet. They're all a bunch of normies. Every single one of them. I exaggerate when I say every single one, but you know what I mean. You get me. That guy Tony's reviews was telling everybody Dillian would knock out Tyson Fury. Well, it sounds like there's a lot of clueless normies in the YTBC, doesn't it? I doubt they really believed it. Yeah. Have you ever met an intelligent woman who has tattoos ever? Yeah, of course not. Because, an intelligent person wouldn't get a tattoo because it's a retarded thing to do. Just like an intelligent person wouldn't vape. He seemed okay to me. Haven't caught his videos in a long time. I must have missed that. Why do women complain about equality, but when uni courses like nursing, midwifery, do uni courses like nursing, midwifery, and physiotherapy? Yeah, I think you know why. I mean, they're not trying to be garbage men, are they? They're not trying to be bricklayers. They're not trying to do those jobs, are they? Many Bible prophecies have come true. The Bible also predicts the one world government, which will lead to the mark of the beast and the Antichrist. Yep. It's predicted it for generations, Yeah, Chisora's from Zimbabwe. Why doesn't he go and fight there if he loves it so much? Yeah, true. It was normalized, men at first, then women. I mean, I kind of get the body tattoo, but face, neck tattoos are just weird and creepy, yeah. And it's an easier way to be identified by the coppers if you ever go on the run. You can be identified by your tattoos, Yeah, I don't get that either. How can anybody support Chisora and like Chisora? I don't understand it. Don't understand it one bit. I remember when one of my flatmates got a tattoo a couple of years back.
and sparked the idea amongst my other flatmates, despite never considering it beforehand. Few months later, had one and two. Yeah, mate, I don't understand it. Just normies are so easily influenced by things, you know. Why can't they just use common sense? Common sense tells you don't vandalize your body, you know. But then again, nowadays people get their balls cut off and their breasts removed because they want attention, you know. I swear in 10 years' time, the CTE will kick in and Chisora is going to be on the news after holding his family hostage. I could see that, you know, because Chisora seems like the type. I mean, he was already like beating his girlfriend supposedly before he had CTE, so we might get an Edward Valero situation with Chisora, you know. Some people get their eyeballs tattooed and end up going blind. Yeah, I've heard about that. Absolutely disgusting. Mate, look, I don't know. I don't know how normies think. I can't like I can't rationalize the way these people think. I really can't. I just don't understand it. They all had tattoos. Couldn't believe how little it took for everyone to get them. Yeah. Oh man. See, that's groupthink. That's what it is. Yep, demoralization. People don't have big problems in their lives, so they're impressionable with meaningless stuff like putting a painting on yourself. Yeah. Whereas in nature, they'd be more concerned about where their next meal is going to come from. You know. Nowadays, it's how can I mutilate my body for attention. You know. Gotta go. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's great. It's been great to have you here, Powell. God bless you, man. God bless you. It's good to see you. Have a good day. Enjoy your weekend. The MMA fighter TJ Dillashaw, who used PEDs heavily, so he would have his blood tested all the time, said he got an arm sleeve tattoo arsenic levels showed up in his blood samples. So that came from the tattoos, because that's disgusting. Again, that just proves it, doesn't it? The tattoos affect your blood. Horrible, horrible. I'm proudly the whitest man in the gym. My parents are Irish. Everyone is orange. Excellent. Based. It would make sense that Chisora's in the secret society with how many big paydays that useless bum has managed to get. Yeah, I mean, he loses fight after fight after fight and keeps getting like regional title shots and big paydays. He even got like, how many world title shots did Chisora get? I know he got like 2 world title shots, but he got loads of like eliminators and European title fights and everything. Like that guy has done pretty well for himself financially to say he's an absolute journeyman at best, you know? I'll answer that question. Why are men more likely to be base than women? Because women think with their emotions, whereas men are supposed to think more rationally. So, yeah, if you're more of a rational, less emotional person, you're more likely to be based because you think rationally and logically, you know? Am I willing to spar H money? Yeah, anytime. Anytime. Even the Bible says no tattoos. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me if it did. Yeah, you get suntan naturally from the sun, so why would you need to use like a sunbed and that? It's pointless. Yeah, nothing wrong with getting a tan naturally in summer. Yeah, I get tanned in the summer too, and I don't even try to. I prefer to be pale. Yeah. Everyone in the UK needs to be vigilant now more than ever. Stormer is going to let tens of millions of illegals into the country over the next 5 years. Yeah, well, they get what they deserve for voting for him. Because to tell you right now, I'm not scared of illegals. I'm not scared of them one bit. I remember reading about how those who have tattoos should not donate blood because it could be contaminated. Yeah, same with homosexuals. Do you remember? For the longest time, homosexuals weren't allowed to donate blood because it could be contaminated, you know, because from, you know, putting your penis into another man's sphincter and ejaculating up his colon, you know, that can give you blood diseases and can give you cancer and everything, you know, and AIDS and all sorts. But again, that's been done away with now. They're allowed to donate blood. Well, clearly that's depopulation, isn't it? I can't think of another reason for it. Yeah, hopefully Stormer and these Zog stooges get their justice. Yeah, I'm sure they will. Oh yeah, they'll get their justice when their time on Earth is over. Yep. Yeah, pagans started tattoos, and it's been continued. Chemicals from the ink get into the bloodstream. Yeah, they do. It's that, mate. That's disgusting. It's vile. I'll never get a tattoo ever. I think it's vile, absolutely vile. I would just assume it's bad for you, you know. Yeah, I'm worried for my family, not myself. Well, that's why you need to be strong for them and pray. Keep yourself fit too. Keep yourself strong. Yeah. Next 5 years is going to be a clown show like we've never seen before. It certainly is. It's going to be disturbing, but it depends how we deal with it. Depends how we deal with it. Apologies if you've already discussed it. What are your thoughts on the election? Yeah, we discussed it a bit. At the end of the day, I think that it was planned from day one for Labour to take over this year. You know, because the Tories were talking about wanting to draft people into the military at age 18. Now, nobody's going to vote for them, or very few people are going to vote for them when they say things like that, are they? You know? So, yeah, it seemed to me like it was set up for commies in the Labour Party to take over, you know? Virtue signalling of blood donors when they just needed the cash. Yeah. Interesting times. Will the migrants be the worst bit? I think noncery will be legalized. Well, with somebody like Keir Starmer, you know, Jimmy Savile's mate, running the show, yeah, it won't be long until noncery is legalized. I mean, it basically already is. Let's be honest. It basically already is, you know. But yeah, let's not continue to depress ourselves with all this. I'm sure we can think of a more interesting topic to talk about, you know. You don't know if blood donors had the poke. Yeah, if the blood donors have had the poke, then hey, you definitely don't want that blood inside you. You definitely don't want that, you know. Oh, I want it. I want to see the camera a second. Is it getting dark in here? Let me see. No, it's still pure bright. It's crazy. It's like, what time is it now? 7:32, and it's still really, really bright. It's crazy. Wait there. Is Shakur fighting tonight? Completely. Do you know what? I don't even know. Is he? I don't know. Let me look that up. Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna look up and see if Shakur Stevenson is fighting tonight. Shakur Stevenson. Yeah. I think that's on tonight. That fight. Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm very, very excited to never watch that. I can't wait to never watch Shakur Stevenson. Can't wait. Have you seen any decent movie recommended? Oh, sorry. Have you seen a decent movie recently? Any recommendation? I haven't seen a good movie in a while. Not like a new movie anyway. So no. I try to think. What was the last movie I watched? A few weeks back. Oh, that was it. Last week, they re-released it. Like, I know this is an old movie. They re-released the movie The Iron Giant. You ever seen that? They re-released that in cinema last week. I went to see it. That was the last movie I watched. Love that movie. Great one. But yeah, modern movies, like recent movies, I can't think of a single one. I've not watched any. Sorry. The so-called conservatives were the leftist parties we ever had. Yeah, it was the Tory party under David Cameron that legalized gay marriage. So yeah, absolutely, they were always leftish, you know. Yeah, think of a new topic, people. Yeah, I can't even think of one. Spent too long talking about anal sex and injecting ink onto your skin that gives you blood diseases. You know, I don't know. It's been a pretty Been a pretty depressing live, this one, hasn't it? I've not been as lively as usual. It's probably because I know I've got to get up at flipping 7:30 tomorrow. That's probably why I'm in a bit of a mood, and I've kind of brought about negative conversations, you know. I'd rather talk about something positive, something that gets me going. Yeah, Williams Zepeda could beat Shakur. If that's a real fight, he knocks him out, in my opinion. I think he does. It doesn't get dark until about 11 here in the northeast. Yeah, probably about the same here. I think about 11 it'll start to get dark. That's because it's summer, isn't it? Shake. Movies and TV shows are now just boring propaganda pieces. All of them, yeah, all the modern ones. But yeah, that movie, The Iron Giant, it's a movie I hadn't seen in a while. I loved it as a kid. And yeah, seen it in cinema. They re-released it. It was a great movie. Interesting, that movie was directed by Brad Bird. Same guy that directed The Incredibles, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. Loved it. And yeah, that's another great movie he made. He also made Ratatouille. Great movie. Well, I like a lot of animated films, don't I? A lot of animated movies. The last load of films I've seen in the cinema have all been garbage, yeah. I'm trying to think what the last new... No, that's right. The last new movie I saw in the cinema, I remember now. It was that Nicolas Cage movie. I forgot what it was called. It was a movie about... It starred Nicolas Cage, and he had like two sons. And basically it was like a post-apocalyptic thing where there are these like hairy monsters that crawl about underground and try to get you at nighttime and that. I forgot the name of it, but it was kind of boring and lame. But yeah, that was the last new movie that I saw in cinema. I don't even remember the name of it. It was that forgettable, you know. Try to remember what the name of that movie was. I forgot about it. Oh yeah, I think Babbage gets chinned. I think Johnny Fisher's going to knock him out easily. I mean, Babbage is too limited. He gets hit way too easy. So yeah, I think Johnny Fisher wins it, probably by knockout, you know. I think it will happen, yeah. You see they moved A Quiet Place prequel. Yeah, see, I liked the first two Quiet Place movies. I thought they were quite entertaining, but I've no interest in seeing another one. Because, again, I know what they'll do with it. They'll just make it some, like, BLM, LGBT propaganda piece, like all movies now. So, yeah, I'm not interested in seeing another one. But yeah, I liked the first two. I enjoyed the first two. Yeah. If Shakur just runs all night, he'll get the decision because the establishment have still got plans for him. You know, at least I think so. Yeah. Don't get sad. Again, I'm in a bad mood because I've got to work over the weekend. I hate working the weekend. I like being able to sleep in till like 12 o'clock and on a Saturday and Sunday and chill, wake up and have a can of iron brew for breakfast and make myself some scrambled eggs. I like that, you know. I like that. I don't like having to work on the weekend, you know. It just, especially since I'm working the whole of next week as well. I can't be bothered with it, you know. The bloke Shakur's fighting is ranked 49th on BoxRec. Well, they got him an opponent he can probably beat then, you know, legitimately as well, you know. Yeah, all bailed out by the media because yeah, you'll get the judges' bias. Yeah, of course. Yeah, the media will just say it's the sweet science and the story of the fight, and yeah, with the same old tired cliches that they spoke about Mayweather for years, you know. Shakur's one of the worst fighters I've ever seen. Shakur versus Tia Female in a real fight is 50-50 both bums, yeah. Yeah, I go with... I actually think Tia Female, as bad as he is and as much of a fraud as he could probably beat Shakur. Because Shakur just has no power whatsoever. Just walk at him and throw punches and you could probably win easily, you know? Yeah, The Iron Giant's a great film. Watch it with my son. I love that movie. Great movie. It's interesting. Like it's surprising how like clever that movie is in terms of its writing. It's similar to The Incredibles. Again, had the same director and same screenplay writer as that movie. And I think there's something about that guy's movies. He talked about it in an interview. I'm talking about Brad Bird here. He talked about it in an interview where when he writes the scripts for his movies, he writes them specifically for adults. Like adults is his intended audience. But because the movie's animated, it's obviously marketed at children. And that's the reason why these movies are so beloved and why they over time, as the children who grew up with them get older and grow up, they're able to continue to relate to those movies because again they notice that they're made for adults, so they relate to it in a different way as they get older, and they notice things, and they pick up on jokes that they didn't notice when they were kids and stuff like that. I think it's like some of the old Cartoon Network shows were like that. They were written for adults, but obviously marketed at children, and they had a universal appeal because of that. I think that's kind of what his movies are like, and that movie, The Iron Giant, is very, very interesting in that regard. And what I like about it too is it's set during the 50s, during like the Red Scare and all that other stuff, and basically every single character acts, looks, and behaves exactly as you would expect, like an old-fashioned 1950s American to behave like, if you know what I mean. It's a very it's a very accurate movie in terms of how it depicts America in that time period. And I don't know, I just find it very, very wholesome and interesting. I really enjoyed it. It's also really funny too. Really funny movie. Vitaly Klitschko versus Vitaly by stoppage. I think Zhang would hurt him early. It would be similar to the Vitaly versus Corey Sanders fight, but I don't think Zhang has the kind of stamina or speed that Corey Sanders had. I think Vitaly would break him down and stop him, probably mid to late rounds. Oh yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Babic got CTE. Then again, I don't think he'll be fighting long enough to get CTE. I think after another couple of knockout losses, he might call it a day or drop down a level. Yeah, Joshua might have gotten knocked out by Zhang as a pro, Shakur is genuinely horrible. I think anyone with power, regardless of experience, can knock him out cold. I agree 100%. Because all you got to do is walk forward and throw punches, and he's got no power. Would you rather drink 2 diet? Sorry, I'm becoming incoherent now. Would you rather drink 2 liters of Diet Iron Brew or listen to Seth Rogen's laugh on repeat for 24 hours straight? 2 liters of Diet Iron Brew, for sure. Because Seth Rogen can go eat a bag of dicks. Screw him, Not listening to him. Another fighter loved by the cooks and boxing hips. Yeah, Shakur. Yeah, the fake boxing fans, people that pretend to enjoy these fights when really they don't. Haru Tayanan isn't a bad fighter. He's a bronze medalist at the Olympics, but he's not coming to win, so who cares? Exactly, it's a Shakur fight. It's probably a rigged sparring session, so who cares, I remember after the second Canelo Golovkin fight, literally everybody saying it was a robbery. Now a lot of people say it's a fair decision. Very strange, but they don't really believe that. They're just saying it because they have an agenda. They're normies. They want to go along with the status quo, and the status quo is that it was a fair decision when it clearly wasn't. Yeah, big puncher with good timing and little experience can easily beat him. But the problem is they have to come to win. They actually have to throw punches at his head and walk forward, instead of doing what guys like Conceição did and just staying on the outside, letting him score points. That's the moral of the story. You want to win, you have to come to win, Otherwise, you'll get skewed. They put on a masterclass performance. Oh man, it's so boring. I'll never watch a Shakur Stevenson fight unless he loses. Then I'll watch it. But until he loses, I'm not watching. Not interested. I wish they had a Duran or Chavez at lighter weights to mop up Shakur, Haney, etc. If they did have them, they'd probably pay them off. So it wouldn't be very advantageous anyway. England have scored. England have must have just scored. I heard some screeching. Yeah. People all the normies are pure into it. Yeah, like an African scores for England. Yeah, a bunch of alcoholic piss heads. Which fighter fan base is the worst you've seen? Probably Deontay Wilder. I think those are the most cultish I've ever seen. probably the worst. Yeah. England won on penalties. Who cares? Yeah, exactly. Who cares? Who cares? You know. It's like it's the normies will be happy though. I'd say the Fury, Canelo, Wilder fan base. Joshua's ain't too far off. Yeah, yeah. Joshua's are like super normies, but like the Canelos are just like Mexican idiots, you know. Like,
Viva Mexico, Canelo.
and you know the Joshua fans are sorry the Wilder fans are just the like LDBC types, you know, racist blacks. Furies are just like flipping, I don't know, like autistic people. Those are Fury's fan base, you know, his main fan base anyway, like autistic people, you know, autistic, like obsessed types, you know. The worst I'd say Wilder fan base. How can anyone be that stupid? Yeah, Wilder fan base probably are the dumbest, like, and the ones who put all their eggs in one basket so much, you know. Starting to think Fury has a great chance in the rematch. Not entirely sure why. Something tells me he wins the rematch. Or you never know. I mean, look, Fury's 6'9", like 270 odd pounds. He could win any fight on his day if he lands the right punch. You know, he could. Boxing now is so different to years ago. Hype jobs like Floyd and De La Hoya actually had ability and a lot of real fights, but now bums like Tio and Shakur never have any real fights yet. I literally don't think Shakur has ever had a real fight, and I think Tio has had one fight, and that was the Cambosos fight, and that was it. Literally don't think he's ever had another real fight in his career. Tank has an annoying fan base as well. Those are, to be honest, Tank's fan base probably just Wilder's fan base. They're the same people. They've basically jumped on Tank, you know, because he's another black PBC guy, you know. I tried to watch an animated show called Invincible because I heard it was good, but Seth Rogen was involved. So naturally, Invincible's best friend is a batty man and his GF is a black feminist. Yeah, well, definitely won't be watching that. I'll definitely be giving that a miss because I don't want that kind of filth polluting my mind, you know. They don't take risks and end up like Bomdrade. Yeah, waiting for a big payday, you know. But Bomdrade was like fighting bombs for years and hoping for a Canelo dive payday, which he never got. So he ended up getting battered by Benavidez for peanuts by comparison. Obviously, he got paid well, but he wouldn't have got paid anywhere near what he would have for taking a dive against against Canelo, you know. A lot of those guys in that division aspired for the Canelo payday, you know. I just think the depths Usyk had to dig in that fight are the sort of thing you can only do once. And at 37, I'm not sure he'll be able to dig that deep again. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Usyk went through a heck of a lot to win that fight, like physically and mentally. He had to do so much, but Usyk's built different, man. That guy is built different. He's a genetic freak. He's an athletic freak. And he's a warrior, and he's genuinely blessed by God. Like, that man is built different. So I think he can do it, but I see exactly what you're saying. Usyk's put his body through a lot of strain, a lot of stress, and it's going to be hard for him to keep performing like that at that level for much longer. So, but I think he can do it. I think he's got one more great performance left in him, and I think it could be the rematch, and he could retire after it, you know. I've thought for years Mexican fans are the worst in the sport, completely deluded to how good most of their fighters are. Yeah. Yeah, Mexican fans do seem, a lot of them seem deluded. Like, a lot of them thought that, like some of them thought that Carlos Ocampo was going to beat Spence. And a lot of them thought like Mikey Garcia was like a pound for pound level fighter. Like, if those guys weren't Mexican, they would never have thought that, you know? But it's just it's like they get very, very nationalistic to the point where they delude themselves, you know. Worst thing about Gay J's fans is when they try to tell you he's a natural athlete. Yeah, he's never taken a PED in his life. And you know, the TUE that he has for testosterone, just turn a blind eye to that. You know, turn a blind eye to his roid gut and all that other stuff, you know. Wilder got his punishment. Yeah, he's old news, yeah. People claiming Wilder is shot when he's doing exactly what he's always done, waiting to land one right hand, but people aren't diving for him. Yeah, you take him out of the PBC and give him real fights, and he gets battered every fight, every single fight, you know? Yep, I don't blame you. No reason to watch TV, you know? Usyk has to skip his daughter's birthday because Fury messed him around with the war, and apparently Usyk has a hard time maintaining his mass. Yeah, Usyk does a lot of CrossFit as well and stuff like that to stay fit for his fights, and I think he's put his body through a lot of strain. Wouldn't surprise me if he has a lot of injuries like in his career. Yeah, Usyk's definitely top 3 all time, and I mean pound for pound, he's top 3 all time. Usyk also lives the life and is disciplined, takes care of his body. Yeah, he's definitely takes care of himself a lot more than Fury does. There's no doubt about that for sure. Fury needs to put his high guard up and walk Usyk down and fight like he did against Cunningham. It's very risky, but Fury's not going to win exclusively on the back foot. I agree. What Fury needs to do in the rematch, in my opinion, and it's his only chance, is he needs to come in a little bit heavier, right? Needs to do more strength and conditioning, right? Build up a bit more muscle mass, build up a bit more stamina, right? And he needs to mix it up. I'm not saying he has to the whole fight come forward, right? But he has to box like he did in the mid rounds. And then when he gets an opportunity to get inside, do so. Get right on Usyk's chest. Now he's gonna have to take shots. He's gonna have to take risks. But get on Usyk's chest. Get right underneath Usyk's, like get his punches underneath Usyk's elbows, dig the body, and push Usyk backwards while working the body. Like rough him up inside, try and find a home for that uppercut. And he's got a maul Usyk. He's got a ragdoll Usyk. That's his only chance of winning. So I think that's what Fury needs to do in the rematch. He needs to be aggressive, but he needs to be smart about it. And he needs to be smart in how he prepares for the fight. I think, like I said, come in a little bit heavier and build up a bit more muscle. And just really try and ragdoll Usyk and put it on him. Whereas Usyk, of course, just needs to do what he did in the first fight because he got his tactics perfect, in my opinion. Got his tactics spot on. So, yeah, it's an interesting rematch. But like I was saying earlier, look, Fury was seen, drunk, crawling out of a pub, and he's an addict, so he can't be doing that. He can't afford a blowout. He can't afford to be getting drunk with a fight coming up. So I don't think we're going to see Fury at the level he was in the first fight. I think he's going to be worse. And I think Usyk's going to win. I think Usyk's kept himself in shape, kept himself healthy, and I think he's going to win. I wouldn't be surprised if he won by stoppage, but I definitely think he's going to win. Like I think on points, a second time will be more likely, you know. Usyk said he's going on for another 3 years. Oh, interesting. See, I thought he would retire after the Fury fights, but you know, if he wants to keep going, then that's what it is. Juan Diaz was a tough guy. He had a great left hook, very powerful, very good chin. He was never the same, in my opinion, after he fought Marquez. Like he had a hard fight against Katsidis, which I think took a lot out of him. Then he was winning against Marquez. He scored a knockdown, but then he got beaten up as the fight went on. Marquez kind of adjusted to it and, ended up cracking his chin. I think he was like butt broken in that fight. I think he was never the same again after it, you know. He didn't really improve after it, you know. Lady Chan thinks Gage has never taken Peds and brings up Fury. Yeah, who cares what that idiot thinks? Who cares, you know? AJ used to have moon crescent head. HGH fixed him. Or did he smash his face like Squidward? Yeah, totally natural. And the TUE is justified. Malik Scott and Hellenia's fights were hilariously dives. At least the other guys tried to make it look real. Yeah. The Malik Scott one in particular was way too obvious. Way too obvious, you know. Most Mexicans are flat-footed sluggers who block punches with their face and eventually land one shot after accumulated CTE. Yeah, like Mauricio Lara. He's a great example of that. You know, Fury's powers of recovery are genuinely incredible. To think he won the 12th round against Usyk is wild. Yeah, especially after what happened in round 9. that was a shocking beating that he took, and I'm surprised he came back from it. I really am. If Fury puts up the high guard and moves forward, he could end up like Margarito against Pacquiao, getting lit up and battered. Yeah, he could, but that's the risk he's going to have to take. If he wants to win the fight, he can't do it just on the back foot like he tried to do in the first fight. Gonna have to be rough. He's gonna have to be aggressive, because how else is he gonna win? Usyk's the technically superior fighter and the better athlete of the two. So, especially at this stage of their careers. So, what's he gonna do? You know, I don't see what he does in the rematch. Aside from that, you know, Fury tried on the front foot, but he got discouraged. Usyk has an answer for everything, but still a very entertaining fight. Yeah, it was a very entertaining fight. And, you know, if the rematch happens while it lasts, it's going to be fascinating to watch. If Fury actually was dedicated to boxing, he could have been one of the best. I agree. If Fury was dedicated to boxing, like if he kept fighting after the Klitschko fight and stayed motivated, he could have been a dominant heavyweight champion for years. But I guess it just wasn't meant to be. Just wasn't meant to be, you know? Yeah, could Usyk stop him? I think he could. Because he could have got the stoppage in that 9th round. He kind of let Fury off the hook a little bit. So I think Usyk could force a stoppage in the rematch, especially since he knows now, he's confident in knowing he can hurt Fury. So in the rematch, I think Usyk might go for it. I think he might. It'll be an interesting fight, though. Again, that's the thing. I like rewatching that fight, the Usyk Fury fight, because to me it's just so fascinating. It's a fascinating fight to watch from a technical point of view. Like I've never seen anything like it. It's one of them. It's like see if you watch the fight. Usually, both guys are guys that don't normally get hit much, right? But in that fight, both of them were getting hit quite a lot. And that's because both of them are elite technicians, and both of them are able to create the openings. So it was just a fascinating fight to watch, as far as I'm concerned, you know? Yeah, he could fight. Either one of them could fight Ruiz for an easy payday. It's an easy fight, and it's a good-looking fight on paper because of Ruiz's record, you know, especially if he wins his next fight, you know, which I think he will. The first Marquez versus Diaz fight was a great fight. It was a great fight, but I don't think Diaz was the same after that fight. I think it damaged him as a fighter, and I don't think he recovered from it. Just go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Where was I? Evening. Yeah, good to see you, CPB. God bless you, man.
Just watched the England game. Yeah, England won, didn't they, on penalties? Apparently, I didn't watch it though. That was the most Fury's ever been hurt in his career. Yeah, I agree, without a doubt. Fury was hurt badly in that 9th round, and credit to him for recovering from that. Like, very few heavyweights would have recovered from that. If Usyk had landed those kind of shots on Anthony Joshua or Daniel Dubois, do you think they would have recovered? Because I don't think so. Yeah, round 9 was amazing. That's what happens when Fury wastes our time. Yeah, Fury's a tough guy. He is very, very tough. Very, very good at recovering. I think Fury will beat Usyk in the rematch. Something's telling me the fight with Joshua next year for Undisputed is almost a slam dunk. I think Usyk will retire, win or lose. I'm not writing him off completely, but I favor Usyk in the rematch, but I'm not writing Fury off because I know what he's capable of. But I do favor Usyk in the rematch. Usyk should go for it. Don't let them rob him like they tried on 2 scorecards. Yeah, if he gets an opportunity in the rematch to go for the stoppage, I think he should go for it because you don't want to tempt fate. They might have robbed him in the first fight if he didn't get that knockdown. In the second fight, they might rob him. So he should probably, for the sake of his own career and legacy, he probably should, Marco Antonio Barrera, Eric Morales, Juan Manuel Marquez, and Salvador Sanchez are the best Mexican fighters there ever been, yeah. And I think out of those guys, I think Morales might have been the most skilled out of them. Barrera might have been the toughest, but I think Morales was the most skilled. But they were all great fighters, for sure. Those were great fights, Barrera and Morales. And yeah, Morales, I think, was the better fighter. I liked Fury versus Usyk more than Lennox versus Holyfield fight. Yeah, Fury Usyk is a much better fight, by far. Much better fight. If Miller actually shows up in shape and tries to win, he can beat Ruiz. Ruiz is overrated. I don't think so, personally. I think Jerome Miller is complete crap. Like, I do think Ruiz is overrated, but I think Miller's even more overrated, personally. I think he's complete crap. Complete crap. I really do. And I think Ruiz probably wins on points. I don't think he stops him. I think he wins on points. Best undisputed fight is still Hopkins Taylor won for the post-fight reactions. Hopkins was dumbfounded and Lou DiBella started crying with joy. Yeah, that was a close fight as well. Very close fight. Could have gone either way, in my opinion. Yeah, I noticed a lot of people seem to be picking Fury in the Usyk rematch, which is surprising me. Surprising me a lot, in fact. Well, a lot of people seem to think it, But I just think Fury's not taking care of himself. So I think I'm pretty confident in thinking that Usyk will take care of himself. So I think I favour Usyk big time in the rematch. Miller versus Ruiz is going to be like some sort of freak show. 2 big fat guys slugging it out. Yeah, it would be like Butterbean versus Larry Holmes. That's what that fight will be like. Similar type of fight, in terms of the aesthetics of it. Miller could have beaten Dubon if he came in shape. Maybe he could have made him quit, but I still think he would have taken a beating and most likely gotten stopped, That's how I see it anyway. Yeah, it was a good fight. Is there anyone Oscar ducked? Seemed like he fought everyone. Yeah, Oscar did fight everyone, to be fair. I don't think he ducked anyone, to his credit. If the ref did not stop it, would Fury have been out cold? Maybe, but then again, the ref did the right thing because Fury fell into the ropes, so that the ropes held him up. So it's technically a knockdown. But if the referee ignored that and just let Fury stay on the ropes, taking a beating, Usyk probably would have stopped him. I think he would have. Oscar should have rematched Sturm after being schooled 10-2. Yeah, that should have been the case. That should have been the case. Sturm won that fight, clearly. Says what quiet part out loud? Come on, man. Don't be a clown. Yeah, so we have someone who's unfamiliar with sarcasm here. Oh, well, this is the internet after all. Yeah, even HBO said Sturm won. They were rooting for Oscar. And even they said Sturm won.
Usyk punched me so hard, I turned based by saying Usyk won because of Ukraine. Yeah. Oscar got gifts in several fights he should have lost. Yeah, particularly the Sturm one. That was the worst gift. Jarrell Miller was Clubber Lang. Yeah, the Clubber Lang to AJ's Rocky Balboa. I don't hate Balboa. I pity the fool. I'm going to beat you like a dog. I'm going to train even harder. Nah, I don't hate Balboa. I pity the fool. Do you remember the Rocky video game where he's like, where you do chin-ups with Clubber Lang and he goes, chin-ups are easy, no pain. That was funny. Why don't you bring your pretty little thing up to my apartment and I show you a real man? Yeah, Hopkins was a narcissistic crybaby. He always complained when he lost, even when he lost clearly, you know. I don't know what would have happened if Usyk didn't get that knockdown. It could have been a draw, most likely Fury points. But yeah, if Usyk didn't get the knockdown, they'd have given it to Fury, or they'd have given it a draw. Like in terms of how the actual scorecards went, you know. I could still see Usyk outboxing him, but something's telling me Fury will get the decision regardless if you get my drift. Oh, I could see a robbery. I could see Fury getting a gift. No doubt about that. No, because again, the first fight, look, the scorecards were atrocious on two of them, you know. There was nowhere near the fight no way the fight was even nearly as close as they had it, you know. I gave Fury 4 rounds, so there's no way I could justify him getting the win, you know. Yeah, Oscar never avoided anyone. Yeah, and he did lose to Sturm. There's no doubt about that. Could the bum beat up AJ worse than Ruiz? No, I don't think so. Because, again, as I mentioned earlier, AJ just has everything that Dubois has, but better. He's bigger, stronger, hits harder, more experienced, better chin. He's just a better fighter in every area. Oscar ducked Winky right. Yeah, some people say he ducked Winky right. I think Winky Wright would have beat. I don't think he ducked him, but it's just a fight never materialized. But I think Winky Wright would have beaten him. I think he would have won it. He was underrated, by the way, very underrated. Winky Wright was a world-class fighter. He was. A lot of people thought he beat Hopkins too, back when they fought. You know, a lot of these taller fighters tend to struggle with short guys. Yes, specifically De La Hoya, like when he fought Pacquiao. You know. That Madrimov versus Crawford card is nowhere near as good as people say. The only fight I was looking forward to was Ortiz versus Zhu. Yeah, and that fight got cancelled, sadly. That would have been a great fight. And I didn't know who to pick in that fight. I was 50-50 on it. But Madrimov Crawford, like I said before, if that's a real fight, and if Madrimov if he comes to win and he doesn't have a dehydration clause, I give him a very good chance of beating Crawford. I make that fight 50-50. I think he can beat Crawford if that's a genuine on-the-level fight, and I hope it is. I think he has a very good chance of winning that fight. Would not be at all surprised if he won it. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. I mean, I'd be surprised if he got a fair decision, but if he was the rightful, genuine winner and he was able to win the rounds, that wouldn't surprise me. I'd be surprised if he got the win officially. But yeah, he has the ability to win it. Now, the Winky fight should have been cool in hindsight, but at the time it wasn't being called for like that. Yeah, I don't think Oscar ducked him. Again, it's one of them fights. I just don't think it materialized. Like the timing wasn't right for it. The money wasn't there for it. You know, just one of them basically. You know. I remember reading somewhere that Hopkins said that black fighters have the best and most unbeatable style. Well, but by style, does he mean like headbutts and holding? Because that was his style. Is that the black style? That's how he used to fight, you know? Yeah, should have happened, but I wouldn't say it was a duck. I agree. Winky Wright is very underrated. I thought he beat Fernando Vargas and Jermaine Taylor. Hopkins had to cheat to win. Yeah, Hopkins cut him with an intentional headbutt and got away with it. And some people even thought Wright won that fight, you know? And yeah, a lot of people thought he beat Taylor and Vargas also. Definitely Taylor. A lot of people thought he won. It makes me laugh how people say Golovkin has a weak resume at middleweight, but Hopkins' best win at middleweight was a much smaller Trinidad. Yeah, Hopkins' best wins were against welterweights. So if him beating welterweights is so impressive, how impressive is Golovkin beating Danny Jacobs, a guy 20 pounds heavier than him? Or something like that, you know, that's very impressive by comparison. Would Hopkins have beaten Danny Jacobs, a guy that size? I'm not so sure, you know. If Turkey is going to give Fury a gift, he might as well make Fury sign something that has to fight Joshua next. Yeah. Yeah, they could work that out beforehand. Listen, we'll make sure you get the win against Usyk if you can go the distance, and then we'll get you an AJ fight for undisputed. Could see that. Ruiz versus Dubois. I think Dubois would beat Ruiz personally. Like, Ruiz could make him quit, but I think at this stage of Ruiz's career, he's just too inactive, too slow. I think Dubois would probably outpoint him and win on points, most likely. I actually had Taylor beating Winky, but the first time I watched it, but I'll probably rewatch it. Yeah. That's one of them fights. I don't think I've seen the full thing, but I know I've seen the highlights of it. And from what I saw, it was like Winky Wright was blocking most of the punches and then landing the harder single counter shots, you know. The matchups are all fair and even for the most part, which should give him some good, exciting fights. Yeah, let's hope. Let's hope all the matchups on that card are good. And let's hope they're all real and that there's no dehydration clauses. I just think Bakoli is going to lie down for Anderson. No way Anderson wins in a real fight. Yeah, if that's a real fight, Bakoli's too big, too strong, too powerful, too experienced, too skilled. He should win that fight. So could see him taking a dive because otherwise Anderson's team are crazy for taking that fight, you know? Yeah, Martin Bakoli, the sparring champion of the world, yeah. Yeah, he's beaten everybody in sparring, just not in a fight, you know? And yeah, I heard he battered Joe Joyce in sparring. Yeah, no man born from his mother can stay with him in sparring. Has anyone confirmed Bakoli's sparring story? No, I have heard from people who know him that he has sparred these guys, you know. Hopkins is from the streets, so he can get away with his veteran tactics. Yeah, he's a tough guy from the streets. He's been to prison and all that, so yeah, he's hard. He can get away with it. Learned to box in prison and that. Virgil versus Zoo was the real main event. Yeah, that was the fight that was most interesting. But you know, it just wasn't meant to be. Wasn't meant to be. We'll probably never see that fight. But who knows? Maybe one day. Who knows? The Ruiz that fought AJ could beat Dubois, yeah, but not today's Ruiz. I don't think. I don't think we'll ever see that Ruiz again. I think that was Ruiz at his absolute best. I don't think he'll ever be at that level again. Ruiz moves like a tortoise. He might have the slowest feet in the top 20. Well, I mean, he's carrying about an 80-pound backpack. The guy's like 80 pounds overweight, so that's why he moves so slow. His knees are probably like struggling to even carry the guy, you know. That's how overweight he is, you know. That's why he moves so slow. Yeah, he is frustrating because he has so much talent. If he dedicated himself, he could be a world-class fighter, but clearly the guy has no discipline and no dedication. Billy Nelson claimed, I mean, I'm one to talk, aren't I? But Billy Nelson claimed he TKO'd Usyk in sparring. Yeah, I doubt that. I doubt that very much. Maybe they sparred and he gave him some problems, but I doubt he TKO'd him. You know, I doubt that. Hopkins' best weight were against blown up welterweights like Oscar and Tito and weight drained super middleweights like Glenn Johnson and Sid Vanderpool. Yeah, those are literally Hopkins' best middleweight wins against smaller guys or drained guys, you know. So Hopkins' resume is very overrated. Very overrated. And then even at light heavyweight, he fought guys moving up. You know, Calzaghe moved up. Kelly Pavlik moved up 2 divisions. Winky Wright moved up. So many opponents he fought had to move up to fight him, you know. And when he fought guys his own size, like Pascal and Dawson, he struggled badly, you know. Heard he made Dubon take a knee in sparring. That I could believe. Leaking what happens in sparring is some baby thing, in my opinion. Yeah, that should be behind closed doors because it's all learning, really, isn't it? Bakoli wanted to quit against Michael Hunter, and Billy Nelson made him continue. Showed a lack of heart. Yeah, that was disturbing. That showed that Bakoli, despite his talent, he has a lot of quit in him. And I remember that fight. I watched it live. I think it was on Channel 5. And yeah, it was quite if you're rooting for Martin Bacoli, if you're supporting him, then that was quite disturbing to see that, One undisputed fight that should have happened back in the late 90s, early 2000s was Roy Jones, Darius Michalczewski, yeah. And Roy ducked Michalczewski for like 5 years. Had no interest in taking that fight, because he didn't want to fight European fighters because they had his number, potentially, Yeah. Yeah. The Bum's dad and Don Charles are baby ting for bragging about the Bum dropping AJ. I know Bacoli's shoulder had come out and a little bit, but Danny Williams was able to fully out. Danny Williams' shoulder was fully out and he hung tough and won by KO. Yeah, he did. Danny Williams, again, fighter with an incredible amount of heart, just wouldn't quit, absolutely for any reason at all. And that's the kind of mentality that you need when you lack talent at that level. But Bacoli doesn't have that kind of, he's got way more talent than Danny Williams, but Bacoli doesn't have anywhere near the kind of heart and the kind of will to win that Danny Williams had, doesn't have anywhere near it. I also wish that Calzaghe versus Kessler was for all the belts. HBO pressuring Calzaghe to fight Peter Manfredo Jr. was utter bollocks, yeah. That was a mismatch, that fight, and he won it easily, It's a premature stoppage, to be fair, but yeah, he won it easily. I'll say his best win is Pascal. Yeah, that's one of Hopkins' best wins for the later part of his career, Still can't get over Froch claiming he beat a world champion when he scraped past a 40-year-old Glenn Johnson, who was losing to everyone at that stage. Yeah, he was 42. Glenn Johnson was 42 years old in that fight. And just a couple of fights earlier, he lost to Tavoris Cloud, lost clearly. And he was weight drained when he fought Froch. He hadn't fought at super middleweight in like a decade, and he moved down for that tournament, It's ridiculous. And Froch nearly lost that fight. It could have gone either way. Dillian White versus Daniel Dubois, prime for prime. I go with Dubois, believe it or not. I think White has the power to KO him and to hurt him, but I think White is so clumsy, swings himself off balance so much that a tall, powerful, long-range boxer like Dubois would probably be able to catch him and knock him out. So I'd favour Dubois in that fight, believe it or not. Yeah, I feel bad for Danny Williams as well. I think the guy's brain damaged. It's a shame. Who should Josh Taylor fight next? Whoever he fights next, it should be at welterweight. He shouldn't fight at 140 again. Whoever he fights next should be at welterweight. I'd say, I don't know, is Josecito Lopez or someone like that. Is one of those guys still about? Some, I don't know, D-level fringe contender at welterweight. Fight somebody at that level, like a Josecito Lopez level opponent. Maybe fight David Avanesian or Echo Esserman or someone like that. I think David Avanesian, that would be the perfect level of opponent for him at welterweight, Danny Williams was elite when it came to heart. He got battered in the early rounds by Tyson and Klitschko, but hung in there and was able to win one of them. Yeah, exactly. Absolute warrior. Great chin, great heart, Another undisputed fight that should have happened, ironically, at 175, Kovalev-Stevenson. Yeah, that's. I made a video about that, a fantasy fight thing, and yeah, that was a that was a disgrace that fight never happened, and Ward should have never got that fight. It should have been Kovalev versus Stevenson for the undisputed. That's what it should have been. Was Felix Sturm decent? The whole German boxing scene was big. I was just getting into boxing. It seems like there's no German boxing scene at all now. Yes, yeah, Sturm was a great middleweight. He was a middleweight champion for years, and he had some great wins too. Very good jab, great defense, good long-range boxer, tough guy, great chin, great stamina. He was a great fighter. One of the best middleweights of his era. Stieglitz was Calzaghe's mandatory for the IBF title. and HBO rejected the fight. That's why Joe was stripped, and the Kessler fight was just for 3 belts. Yeah, it was. That's why. But if that Kessler fight, if that situation hadn't happened, the Kessler fight would have been for all the titles. It would have been undisputed. So yeah. So shame Calzaghe was never undisputed because of that. But I think, like, as far as anybody was concerned, he was undisputed. He was by far the best fighter in the division, you know. Yeah, Calzaghe versus Robert Stieglitz would have been a good fight. That was Calzaghe's mandatory. Yeah, that would have been a good fight. I think Calzaghe would have won. But it would have been interesting, though, because Stieglitz, like, Calzaghe was actually Stieglitz's hero. He actually talked about that. He was his inspiration. He was his hero. He used to look up to Calzaghe, and he tried to emulate his style. So that would have been a situation where Stieglitz was fighting a guy, or Calzaghe was fighting a guy who was trying to do the same things that he did, you know, trying to be a swarmer and throw like 1,000 punches a fight and stuff like that. It would have been an interesting fight to watch at that stage. I think Calzaghe would have won, but it would have been interesting. And it's interesting because when Stieglitz was set to fight Kessler, and Kessler pulled out of that fight twice, like Stieglitz claimed in the build-up, he was studying Calzaghe's fight against Kessler, which he was looking to try and emulate. And I was picking Stieglitz at the time. I thought he would have beaten Kessler. Like, I still think it to this day. At that stage of their careers, I was picking Stieglitz to win. And I think he would have won it. Oscar Rivas coming back. Thoughts on him? I didn't know he was coming back. But yeah, has he even fought since the Dillian White fight? I forget if he's even fought since then. Yeah, Calzaghe would have schooled Chad Dawson easily. That's a mismatch. He'd have just outboxed him, outworked him, won on points easily. Yeah, the Vitali Danny Williams beating was so one-sided. And you know what's crazy about that? Like, Sky Sports were pissed, right? Because I think they thought Danny Williams was going to win that fight because he beat Tyson. And when he got beaten by Vitali, they were pissed by that fight with the amount of hype that they gave it. They hyped it up to no end, you know? Wilder was never undisputed because of his skinny legs. Can't handle the weight of all the belts. Yeah. Just one more belt, and his legs would snap, you know. So he can only have the WBC. I mean, he couldn't handle the costume, could he? On the weight of the ring, because it was what, 40 pounds, he said. So yeah. Remember Lawrence Cole stopping the Chavez Manfredo fight? Yeah, Manfredo was like beating the shit out of Chavez, schooling him, like busted his nose, was schooling him from round 1 all the way through to round 5. Manfredo gets hurt once and he's on the ropes and the referee stops the fight. Lawrence Cole, that was a joke. Lawrence Cole is such a disgrace. Froch versus Labredo Andrade. I go with Froch on points. I think Andrade would go the distance. I think he would get inside and give him some problems. But I think for the majority of that fight, Froch would control it from long range and win on points. In a close competitive fight, but he'd win on points. So yeah, Froch on points, I think. Mikhail Kessler versus Stieglitz in their primes would have been a tremendous fight. Yeah, I agree. When they were set to fight in 2012, I was picking Stieglitz. I think he would have won convincingly. In their prime, though, let's say if they fought it in 2008 or something, I think Kessler by a late stoppage or a close decision in a great fight. But I think when they were set to fight, I think Stieglitz would have won a wide decision. I think he would have won on points. People always say Calzaghe wouldn't beat a prime Roy. I still think he would have won. See, I think it's 50-50. Roy versus Calzaghe prime, 50-50. Very close fight. I struggle to pick a winner. Like, my mind changes on that from time to time. But I think maybe Roy by a close decision, because I think he'd have scored a few knockdowns. But I think Calzaghe would land more punches and outbox and outwork him, but just can he stay off the canvas for long enough to win the fight? I don't know. It's a interesting fight, but I give Calzaghe a good chance, you know. I agree Stieglitz would have beaten faded Kessler. Yeah, I think he would have at that stage, you know. A washed up Tyson. Yeah, he fought a washed up Tyson. Danny Williams did. Froch would have lost to Saki Obika in the unification. I agree. I said so at the time. See, Saki Obika was great on the inside. and he was very durable. And I think he would have beaten Froch up inside, just like Ward did. In fact, I think he would have done better. I thought Beaker beat Ward, personally. He won that fight. That fight was a robbery. Sakio Beaker won that fight. And I think he would have beaten Froch more convincingly. I think he would have won it clearly, you know. I would pick Roy just because he did drop Calzaghe. Yeah, exactly. See, Roy dropped Calzaghe in the first round, and Calzaghe made a bit of an adjustment and outworked him, and Roy kind of ran out of gas after the first few rounds. But I think Roy in his prime would have had the stamina to throw power punches for 12 rounds, and I think he would have dropped Calzaghe more than once in his prime. So I think it probably would have gone the distance, and I think Roy might have won on points by scoring several knockdowns. But I think Calzaghe would have landed more punches, and I think he would have won more rounds. That's how I think it would have gone. You think Stieglitz would have beaten Marcus Bayer? Prime for prime, I go with Bayer on points, but I think Bayer towards the end of his career, like when he fought Kessler, I think Stieglitz had beat him handily on points. Didn't Froch duck Calzaghe? Well, he wasn't too keen on fighting Calzaghe when they were both active. He started calling Calzaghe out after Calzaghe moved up in weight. So, yeah, I think Froch didn't want anything to do with Calzaghe. Oh, that was a great fight. Beaker versus Codrington. I keep meaning to rewatch that. I've not watched it in years, but that was a great fight. Fantastic fight. Yeah, both of them guys were tough guys, big punchers. Great fight. Great fight. Yeah, Froch lost to Kessler due to volcanic ash. Yeah, the volcanic ash flew in his eyes during the fight, hence the loss. How's it going, Sweden? God bless. Or SWD, God bless. But I think Roy versus Calzaghe in their prime would have been a very good fight. I'd probably go with either a late stoppage or a close decision. Yeah, it would have been fascinating. My boxing teacher is Glenn Johnson. Oh, really? What the you mean the Jamaican Glenn Johnson, the Road Warrior? Is he your teacher? That's interesting. I was a big fan of him. I was a big fan of Glenn Johnson. Used to enjoy watching him. Would have been interesting to see Collins versus Roy. Yeah, Collins would have given him a tough fight. I think Roy would have won on points, but I think Collins would have pushed him all the way and given him some problems. I remember the bold Wilder twerking and dancing, knocking out bums. It was, yeah, Wilder is a complete degenerate, you know. Does anyone in the YTBC cover German boxing anymore? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if anybody does. Interesting. The second Froch Kessler fight was great. That could have gone either way. Yeah, that was a great fight. Very close. Could have gone either way. And the scorecards were a disgrace. Like the scorecards had it like wide for Froch. That was 7-5 either way. Very close fight. Could have gone either way. Yeah, he is. Danny Williams is still boxing, but he's basically unlicensed to fight in the UK. So he fights over in like Eastern Europe and places like that. And somehow he gets a license. I think he's brain damaged though, so I think he should stop. But it's up to him. If he enjoys it, he can still do it, you know. The most famous boxer I know, probably the most famous I know personally is Scott Harrison, probably. I know him personally, yeah. In fact, interestingly, I'll show you something right there. Don't know if you'll see that. Wait, let me get the camera on. You guys got a poster up there. He gave me Scott Harrison gave me a poster when he closed the gym and he signed it for me and everything. I don't know if you could see it very well. The lighting in here is not very good, but it's up on the wall there. See it? And he let me have that when he closed. He gave me a punch bag too. It's on the balcony. I've got a punch bag on my balcony he gave me as well. But yeah, when he closed the gym, he gave me that poster and he signed it for me, and he also gave me a punch bag, one of his old ones. So yeah, he's probably the most famous boxer that I know on a personal level. I do know a lot of boxers though, several pros in that.
Williams is still boxing. European Leisure Centre. Yeah, I already read that, didn't I? Sorry. Can you guess where Glenn is now? He's at Miami in Lionheart Boxing. Yeah, that's where he's based, isn't it? Miami. Is that where you live? Miami. And is that the gym that you train at? That's quite interesting. So I take it Glenn Johnson is a coach now. I think he'd make a great coach. I think he was an underrated fighter. He had very good boxing fundamentals, very good technique. Yeah, he can be a trainer. Late to the stream, what are your thoughts on what Ryan Garcia said and why was it so based? To be perfectly honest, all I heard is what he'd said about like KKK and George Floyd and that. And again, it's not even that based. I'm just really trolling. You know, it's funny to me. It's funny to me that he said that. And what I'm clowning is the overreaction to it from the media and also the double standards, because the media didn't react at all when Devin Haney said that, he'll never lose to a white boy and that. So why would they be, why would they be all up in arms about Ryan Garcia saying something similar? Who cares, Just imagine if Darius Mikuchevsky beat Roy Jones and retired 50-0 in a massive stadium fight in Germany. That would have been incredible. I mean, he's already a boxing legend, but he would have been like genuinely considered an all-time great, Oh, Dale Evans, Dale Evans who beat Sam Eggington, yeah. I know a guy who knows him. You remember the guy we were talking about before, Carwyn Herbert, the guy I sparred with in Nottingham. He knows Dale Evans. They're good friends, them two. And also interestingly, Dale Evans, he's the guy who fought Mike Towell in Glasgow. Do you remember that? Mike Towell, he died after the fight. God rest his soul. Yeah, Dale Evans was the guy he fought, the Welsh guy. But yeah, I'm sure him and Carwyn Herbert are friends. I'm sure they know each other. And yeah, I used to train at the same gym as Carwyn Herbert. I know him. I'm sure those two are friends. Best channels for fantasy fights. I don't know, man. Who else does fantasy fights aside from what I used to do? I don't know. Oh yeah, KKK was media manufactured, no doubt. A lot of Glenn Johnson losses were early career, no real amateur career, learned on the job. Yeah, he was a guy who basically learned as a pro, like on the small hall circuit, and then became a world class fighter. Yeah, Glenn Johnson was very underrated. He was great fighter. Jones should have boxed Mikuchevsky in Germany. So that's where both would have earned the most money. Yeah, because Mikuchevsky was a bigger draw. He was a bigger box office draw of the two of them, One of my mates was staying in Nottingham with family, and he streamed one of Carwyn's fights on Facebook, 4-rounder against Lewis Van Poch. Yeah, I remember we were talking about that before. It was at Harvey Haddam in Nottingham. Yeah. Carwyn's a nice guy. I know Carwyn. I was going to say, yeah, I agree. Obviously, Ryan Garcia is a grifter, but it was still pretty funny, the reaction to what he said. Exactly, that's what I find funny about it, is the double standards and the reaction. That's what I find funny about it, Hatman does fantasy fights. Yeah. He does, doesn't he? But I don't watch him. I'm not really interested in him. Glenn Johnson would have been a tough fight for Canelo now. He'd bring a ton of pressure and a chin sculpted out of diamond. Oh, he was tough. Very, very tough guy, Glenn Johnson. Wasn't stopped until, like, since the Hopkins fight when he was drained, until he fought Olunga Makabu at cruiserweight, who's obviously a massive puncher. So, yeah, that's a guy who would have put a beating on Canelo in a real fight, in my opinion. Rummy's Corner does terrible predictions. He picked Chisora to beat George Floyd. Mate, Rummy's Corner is the ultimate normie channel. That guy just has no clue what he's talking about. He just reads the boxing articles and just says whatever the commentators say and promotes a bunch of normie crap. Boring, lame, predictable corporate normie channel. And yeah, nothing I'm interested in.
I think Joyce versus Chisora will be an ugly dogfight that will be highly entertaining to watch. Could be. Like, I could see Chisora landing a few like big left hooks and overhand rights, and Joyce just walking through them and putting him in a blender. Basically, I could see that. I think Joyce will win, but probably a late stoppage. It's a small world. Yeah, it is a small world. It turns out we have mutual friends. Has John Fury emerged yet? No, I think he's still in hiding after that headbutt debacle. Oh yeah, GTA 6 is a piece of shit game. I know it is because they're promoting Sweet Baby Inc. is involved, so they're promoting Marxism, and I'm not interested. Yeah, Rummy's Corner's an idiot. He's like, again, his channel is so fake and like overproduced. Like, this is Rummy's Corner. This boxer with a record of blah 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 did this against this guy of blah blah blah, and he deserves respect because blah blah blah, and he did this and blah blah. It's like, shut up, dude. It's just so, like I said, overproduced, and it's just made for normies, made to appeal for normies. Glenn Johnson post-fight interview was one of my favorites. It's not, yeah, in boxing, it's not who you know, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Yeah, I fight every man in the world, and I never duck or hide from nobody. I'm afraid of nobody. That was a great interview. He's like, he's a good fighter, but he's not good enough to beat me. Everybody in the audience saw it. Everybody watching at home saw it. I fight every man in the world, and I never duck or hide from nobody because I'm afraid of nobody. That was a great interview. Great one. That's probably my favorite post-fight interview, that one. Chisora is all wrong for style-wise for Joyce. I don't think so. I think it's the other way around. I think Joyce is all wrong for him. I think Joyce on his debut would have won against Chisora. I do think he would have won it. Yeah, I'm not playing GTA 6. It'll be AI generated open world garbage, just like flipping Red Dead Redemption 2. Like, it'll be another hood has asked for our help. Here, I'll mark it on your map. Yeah, no thanks. Another settlement has asked for our help. Here, I'll mark it on your map. I actually really like his 90s heavyweight timeline video. Who's that? Is that Rummy's Corner or Hatman or someone? I don't know. I'm not interested in either Rummy's Corner or Hatman. I've never met black people that get offended by that word. They always let it slide. Yeah, some of them do, Yeah, the map will be bigger and there'll be nothing to do in it. It'll be an open world Ubisoft garbage. That'll be so boring. I was talking about Sugar Ray Robinson earlier. I think he was a great welterweight for his time, but I think he was very beatable at like middleweight and above. Yeah, I don't think Joyce Chisora will be as one-sided as people think, but I also picked Joyce to win, yeah. I'm black, and what Ryan said doesn't affect me whatsoever. Exactly, because it's just words. How can it affect you? I mean, unless you're like just a complete snowflake, why would that bother you? Sven Otke never got credit for beating a prime Glenn Johnson. Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, Sven Otke convincingly beat a prime Glenn Johnson and got no credit for it. Carl Froch scraped a majority decision that could have gone either way against a shot 42-year-old weight drain Glenn Johnson and got all sorts of credit for it. Go figure, eh? Yeah, Chisora was shot 10 years ago. He literally was. He's been a journeyman ever since, The funniest and most embarrassing interview I've seen was Fernando Vargas when he said, "I'll address God in Spanish because God is a Mexican." That is so cringy. Like, it's so stupid and cringy. It's funny, but it's stupid and cringy, isn't it? Also, another funny one is James Toney, where I got milk, baby. Do you remember that one? I think it was after the Holyfield fight. It was like, I got milk, baby. Or the Samuel Peter one. Who next? Who next? I don't know what Ryan said. Devin had nothing happen to him. So let's be consistent. Yeah, exactly. Devin said absolutely had nothing happened to him in regards to the media, the boxing industry, when he said he'd never lose to a white boy. So, yeah, ridiculous, man. Rummy's Corner is at least way better than Hatman. I'd say they're about the same. They're both like boring, cringy, normie channels, you know. Did you train in the Phoenix Boxing Club? I'm from Nottingham. Yeah, Phoenix. That was Scott Harrison's gym, Phoenix Boxing, but it's closed down now. It closed down about 2 weeks ago, and yeah, that was why Scott gave me that poster, and he gave me a punch bag and that because again he was selling a bunch of stuff, but he gave me them for free because I was his last member basically. Like, look, well, I was his last like consistent member. That was why he had to close it because, well, there was two reasons he had to close it. One was because he wasn't getting enough members, so he couldn't afford it, and also he was denied his coaching license by the what do you call it, the British Boxing Scotland, you know, because he applied to be a coach, and yeah, they basically turned it down. They refused to grant him a coaching license, so he can't officially coach fighters anymore. So yeah, he had to close the gym. I'm actually still really sad about it because I really enjoyed training with Scott. Like, I got great coaching with him, and yeah, it's a situation where like I've now got to join like a regular amateur boxing gym, and the gym that I go to now, it's a decent gym, but it's a little bit crowded, and like the coaches are not as attentive, if you know what I mean. Like they don't take a lot of time to do one-on-one training with you as what I did at his gym. But it is what it is. I just got to deal with it, you know. Just got to deal with it. But I tell you one thing: a lot of what I learned training with Scott, I'll take forward. I'll take going forward, like wherever I continue to train, you know. But yeah, in Nottingham, I used to train at. Well, the first place I trained in Nottingham was a place called it was in a leisure centre, but they used to have boxing classes. It was in the Meadows. If you know where the Meadows is, I used to train there, and the coach was a guy called Ken, and the secondary coach, he was kind of the assistant coach, was a guy you might have heard of, a guy called Jav Khalik. He was a former IBO champion, IBO welterweight champion. He was actually set to fight Sergio Martinez at one point, and he was in talks to fight Vernon Forrest, and that those fights never happened. But yeah, he was the coach. He ended up opening his own gym, and me and my mate ended up going to that one because he was the assistant coach at the leisure centre. It was Portland Leisure Centre, and yeah, he ended up opening his own gym in Nottingham, and that was and me and my mate ended up going there, and we trained there for quite a while. That was the same gym that Carwin trained at. So yeah, that was where I trained mostly, in Nottingham. But yeah, here in Glasgow, I was training at Phoenix Boxing, and yeah, that's just closed recently. I also think Rummy may have autism. Yeah, just a little bit on the spectrum. Yeah, I see what you mean. He sounds it, doesn't he? He's got like autistic obsession, doesn't he, with like boxing stats and all that. Britain in 2012, Chisora is a classless thug. We hope David A destroys him. Britain now, oh, Derek Chisora. Oh, Derek Chisora. Yeah, how things change. Man. It was funny how, like, going into that Chisora Hay fight, Chisora was the villain. And even though Hay would say things like it's going to be one-sided as a gang rape and all that, Chisora was still the villain. That's how much of a scumbag Chisora was. But now Chisora's like seen as this working class hero, and he's more of a scumbag than ever, you know? LBBC claim they hate Ryan, but have talked about him every day for 3 months. Yeah, they're losing the plot, man. That's an easy question to answer. Sven Otke, most underrated boxer ever, in my opinion. James Toney bringing up Burger King too. Yeah, he did. He probably trained at Burger King. James Toney, here we go, baby. Burger King. Don King can kiss my ass. I love James Toney, man. He's so funny. I'll beat you and your mama's ass. Where he's like, fighters from England, they all bums, man. Yeah, they're fantastic interviews. Yeah, mate, BLTV. That guy is a clown, man. He said that Kessler versus Froch, the first fight, was a robbery. I guarantee you he never watched it. If he thinks that, otherwise he's flat out lying.
Yeah, Tony Thompson after he beat David Price, what he said about his wife and all that. That was funny. That's a shame, man. Scott Harrison had a tough run in boxing. God bless him. Yeah, he's doing good, man. But like that's the thing. You could tell he was heartbroken having to close the gym because like what it was is he was trying to build like a stable of amateurs, and he was also trying to fight as well. He kept applying for his license back, but they wouldn't allow him to have his license back to compete, so he couldn't fight. So he was going to kind of make his name as a coach, but basically Boxing Scotland, who are affiliated with the British Boxing Board of Control and Robert Smith, who have they have a vendetta against him. Basically, they don't like each other. They refused to grant him his license back. So yeah, he's had to close the gym basically. But yeah, here's what it is. Yeah, it's all right, man. Again, I'm a bit sad about it, but I just got to deal with it. You know, there's other gyms. There's another one I go to, so it is what it is. It's not ideal, but it is what it is. Just got to deal with it, you know. What happened to the German scene? I remember lots of big names like Hook, Steelers, Sturm, Abraham. Now it seems like there's no talent coming out of there at all. I think it's ever since like Klitschko lost and kind of retired. The German boxing scene seemed to just go downhill. Like all the good fighters like Sturm, Abraham, Stieglitz, and Hook and all those guys are like either pushing 30, Bramer. They all got old and there was no like up and coming prospects that could match them. So that's kind of what happened, you know. Oh yeah, it's really warm here as well. It's been very bright today. Oh yeah, just train with Joe Gallagher and I'll be fine. Yeah, absolutely. Nordic Warrior still cooking. Yep, absolutely still cooking. I know. It will be hilarious to train with Floyd Senior. It will be hard to hold in the laughter while he's talking. Yeah, whoop his ass, the whoop his ass. That's all. I just imagine that's all he says in the gym. Whoop his ass, whoop his ass. Yep, still going. Been a long ass stream. So Scott Harrison was your primary trainer. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was the head coach at the gym I was going to, and there wasn't many members either. So I got a lot of like one-on-one coaching. And yeah, I'm still in touch with Scott. I've still got his number, and he said to stay in touch and all that. And he's there if I need advice and that. He's a really nice guy, by the way, Scott. Really, really nice guy. And as a boxing coach, he's very attentive. You know, he'll work with you one on one for as long as he needs to. You know, he's one of the, he's I honestly find him to be a stand up guy. I honestly do. I don't care what anyone says about him. I honestly do. Got milk, baby. Yeah, James Toney said that in his interview. James Toney speaks like a mumble rapper. Yeah, it's really hard to like discern what James Toney says. You know, but it just sounds so funny. You know, he's articulate in like a retard sort of way. Like James Toney is so funny. BLTV puts more effort into his thumbnails than research he does in his videos. Yeah, he's clueless. That guy, man, clueless. He's no idea what he's talking about. Just another overproduced normie channel, you know. I saw the old video of Ben and Eubank interview where they reacted to Tony calling them out and people booed. Yeah, that was so funny because that was like Ben and Eubank like going at each other. It was like, you know, like two black guys in Britain who were like both kind of, you know, one of them was kind of like a tough street guy. The other one was kind of like trying to be all sophisticated, and it was kind of like scripted and kind of fake, and you could tell it was just like them trying to sell a fight, and it didn't really go anywhere. But then like James Toney comes on and starts roasting both of them. He's like, "I beat you and your mama's ass," and then he's like, "Fighters from England, they all bums, man." He's like, "I'll fight them both on the same night." And when they were talking about the belts, like, because Tony had the IBF belt, I think Eubank had the WBO, and Ben had the WBC, and it was like, he's like, "The WBC stands for We Be Crooks, and the WBO, we don't even count that." Like, just the pure disrespect from Tony was genuine as well, and I think they were shocked. Like Eubank and Ben were like lost for words. They didn't know what to say. It was so funny. Oh yeah, Willie Hutchinson at ABC Lanark, working very well for him. Hope he schools Buatsi. Mate, I said this earlier in the stream, if that's a real fight, I think he schools Buatsi.
Like I think Willie Hutchinson can win that handily if it's a real fight and he comes to win. I really do. Germany still have unbelievable fighters like Dom Schwartz and Vincent Feigenboots. So it's not too bad. Yeah, Feigenboots is probably their best fighter, sadly. I rewatched Huey Fury, Povetkin, Huey Fury. Matthew Macklin said, this is a hard fight to score. I think the judges will have very different scores. All three judges scored it the exact same. Yeah, they did. And that wasn't hard to score at all. Like, Povetkin dominated that fight. It literally, that wasn't even a close fight. I don't care what anyone says. Wasn't even a close fight. I still think in terms of UK boxing, Michael Brodie was really underrated. I agree. Like, Michael Brodie was massively underrated. Very good skills, very tough, great stamina, great on the inside, great body puncher. Great like inside defensive capabilities. He was a very good fighter in his prime. Very good fighter. Very underrated too. Just train with Bomac. He was like, throw that jab. There you go. He don't like it to the body. Yeah. Hey, you throw that jab. Box him. Be first. You throw that jab. He don't like it to the body. There you go. There you go. Yeah, 170, 111. That's what they all scored it. And Povetkin, I gave Povetkin every round in that fight. Huey just ran all night, and Povetkin just came forward throwing punches, It was a clear win. Matthew Macklin, the worst commentator in boxing, he crafted the Taylor Catterall and Hrgovic Zhang robbery narratives. He did. Like, mate, he is the most biased, like, most clueless commentator out there, Matthew Macklin. He's an absolute clown. Absolute clown, It's actually pretty easy to be a boxing channel. Like, just read off the Wikipedia page of that certain fighter, like BLTV. Yeah, because do you think BLTV actually sits and watches fights and studies them like I do? Of course not. That guy's clueless. He's literally just a channel for the normies. That's all he is. Yeah, that's a good point. Most of the best athletes in Europe do go to football because there's more money in that than boxing. So it makes sense, Train with Teddy Atlas. Okay, Nordic. Right now, you're in a blizzard. The blizzard is coming at you at a rapid pace. So what you need to do is weather the storm and survive. Survive. Take it to him. Yeah. Imagine you're cracking an egg. You don't want to just break the egg immediately. You want to tap it little bit by bit, and eventually it's going to crack. I don't know, something like that, Something along those lines. Yeah, you don't even need to speak. You can copy and paste it into AI. You can, true. And then normies will watch it and be like, this is a great channel. You know so much about the boxing. Absolute normie cocks, man. Most of the commenters are probably AI as well. The bots that comment are probably AI. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. There's this cook named Johnny Says that built a channel around a boxing hipster and using BoxRec rankings as his only source for information. Wow, that's shocking, man. Yeah, that sounds the type to me. Just classic normie, Michael Brodie versus Injin Chi. Yeah, they fought twice, didn't they? Great fights, man. Those were great, like, featherweight fights back in the day. Great fights. Yeah, Tony made Eubank want to cry calling out his mum. He did. Michael Brodie. Yeah. Sorry, I already read that. Kawasaki Mikucheski, to a lesser extent, Eubank made the WBO meaningful. Yeah, definitely. Because prior to that, it wasn't as well received. Same with like Tommy Morrison. Like when he won it, it wasn't as well received. But yeah, like you said, Kawasaki Mikucheski and Eubank, those guys, but definitely Kawasaki Mikucheski, they had long title reigns and they proved themselves to be the best in the division, and helped to legitimize the title, Teddy Atlas, we achieved this today. You grind through the pressure of the storm, and you'll be remembered for this for the rest of your life, for your wife, your kids, for your grandkids. Let's do it. Yeah. I saw a comment from Nordic. You gave Povetkin every round, and a few people got triggered. Yeah, I did. I literally did give him every round. He was the only guy in the fight who was throwing punches. The other guy, like Fury, did nothing. He did nothing. Like, Povetkin just outworked him in every round, and outlanded him in every round, At least I think he did. Inoue consistently knocks out world-class fighters in dominant fashion and doesn't even speak English. There's no reason to hate on him other than race. Yeah, they only hate on him because he's not black. That's the only reason they hate on him, because he's not black. That's literally the only reason. Thoughts on Ronald McIntosh? You mean the Black Skellington? That's what he's known as, isn't it? He's not the worst commentator. Like, he's not a great commentator, but he's not the worst commentator. He's not the most biased out there. I'll give him that. Teddy Atlas. We are firefighters. We are firemen. He's got the biggest dick in the world. I've seen it. In your grandmother's basement. Like, when someone disagrees with Teddy Atlas in the comments, and he'll go like, you live in your grandmother's basement. Wilder versus Okolie. Right now, Okolie, he would just, like, he could tie up Wilder and just outpoint him, but Wilder a couple of years ago probably would knock him out, to be fair. I think he would. YTBC channels that know most about British boxing. British boxing specifically, I'd say Del Boy. Del Boy covers a lot of domestic level British boxing, probably more than any other channel I've seen. Teddy Atlas is the master of saying a lot and saying nothing at the same time. Yeah, because a lot of what he says is just like metaphors and analogies, and most of the time it makes no sense. Sometimes it's just so obvious to the point where you don't even need an analogy. You could just go out and say it. Chris Eubank adjusts his monocle. This James Toney character is incredibly rude, abrasive, and uncivilized. There is no need to refer to me in the same context as a female dog or a woman's genitalia. Nigel Ben's just like, I'm not scared of him. I'll go over there and I'll fight him. I'm not scared of him. I'll go over there and I'll fight him. Eubank also got duped into superstition by Steve Collins, the way Alex Pereira got duped into black magic. Yeah. Steve Collins, like, what was it? He kind of hypnotized him or something like that before the fight. It's quite funny. Yeah, Collins won both of them fights clearly, and me personally, I think Collins would have beaten any version of Eubank and any version of Ben. I think Collins was levels above both of them personally. I genuinely do. Yeah, Okolie the cruiserweight hugger. Like that guy. So I seen a comment. It was like, Okolie's like an octopus grabbing its prey and like dragging it down to the depths. That's what he's like. He should be banned from the sport for molesting his opponents. He genuinely should, I've been watching Japanese pro boxing lately. Never been boring. Yeah, I've never seen a boring Japanese fighter. They're like death before dishonor. Going to war, like, and they start smacking each other. It's like something out of anime, like Dragon Ball Z or something, or a bridgerweight now or whatever. Yeah. I think he fights at bridgerweight now after being run out of the cruiserweight division by what do you call it? By Chris Billum Smith. God bless him. Smile for us, Nige. Nige went, no, I don't smile. I was sparring this one guy, and he was way smaller than me and physically strong and held his own, even though I was the stronger guy. Some small guys are physically strong. Yeah, they are. Like, because again, a lot of them realize they have to be because they're strong. So they'll do a lot of strength training to make up for it, Yeah, Japanese boxing is real. Opponents are matched well. Absolutely. They're real fighters, and their fights are real. Teddy Atlas is always talking about how important telling the truth is, but he doesn't actually practice what he preaches. I think Teddy Atlas is a bullshit artist. I really do. I honestly think he is. I think he's full of shit a lot of the time. Teddy Atlas said Ramirez did enough to get a draw versus Josh Taylor. Teddy Atlas is a clown, man. Again, he's just dishonest. He just says whatever he thinks will get him work, basically, Your Japanese boxer impressions are hilarious, yeah. See, I don't know any words in Japanese, so I can kind of do the I can do like the mannerisms and like the how animated they are, but I don't know any words in Japanese to like emulate them. So I don't know, it's difficult. Death before dishonor! I don't know. I'm thinking of just like anime and samurais and all that.
At least Ryan Garcia has got Haney out of boxing for a few years. Yeah, thank God. Thank God he's done that. Oh, God, he took Wilder. Why were they going to fight at Bridgerweight or whatever? Have you seen Masteo versus Bacau kickboxing matches? They're must watch. If not, I've never seen them, but I'd like to check them out. I'd be interesting to see. Teddy Atlas says Josh Taylor is overrated. If anything, Teddy has a weird dislike for British fighters. Yeah, Teddy's never liked British fighters. That's very clear. He's never liked British fighters, you know. Just it reminds me of the kamikazes from Dodgeball. Yeah, I remember that. They're in like their underwear and they're like slapping each other on the belly and all that. Always funny. That's what the Japanese boxers are like. Atlas made up the story about the Russian mafia threatening him while he split from Povetkin, when in reality he was just a scumbag and Povetkin was fed up with him. Yeah, what Teddy Atlas failed to bring up when he was coming up with that bullshit story about him taking on the Russian mafia, what he failed to mention conveniently, and I remember because there's articles about this, is when he came out in the media and said he called Kella Sowland, who was Povetkin's promoter, he called him a cocksucker. And he said that Povetkin should leave them and come and train in America. So he literally insulted Povetkin's Russian trainer, right? He insulted Povetkin's promoter, called him a cocksucker publicly, and demanded that Povetkin move to America and train there. That's what Teddy Atlas did. And he dared Povetkin to replace him with his Russian trainer. So that's exactly what Povetkin did. He was like, all right, screw this guy. And he sacked him and hired his Russian trainer again, who was his co-trainer at that point in time. Because Teddy Atlas insulted that guy basically and said, I dare you to sack me and replace me with him. And that was what Povetkin did. And he had a much better career because of it. He actually did better when he got away from Teddy Atlas, you know? Yeah. The best Teddy Atlas moment was when he roasted Jeff Horn after the Pacquiao, and that was one I agreed with. He was right there, you know. Teddy Atlas went to Rikers Island for armed robbery, and he was a Golden Gloves boxing champion. Yeah, I'm very skeptical about anything Teddy Atlas says, you know. Very skeptical. Anyway, guys, I've been going for like bloody 4.5 hours, so. Again, I've got work in the morning. I'll need to make preparation, so I'm gonna end this one. I'm gonna wrap this one up, as they say. So yeah, thanks for stopping by, everybody. I've enjoyed it. It's been more cheerful towards the end of the stream, hasn't it? I got a bit more perky. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap this one up. Thanks for stopping by to everybody. Sorry, one second. At least answer my question. What was your question? I must have not seen it. Wait. I'm real late. Can you give me a prediction for Zepeda, Foster, and Aoka fights? Do you know, I haven't really thought much about those fights, if truth be told. Maybe I'll talk about it in the comment section of another video, but I haven't really thought much about them, so I don't know, man. I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, the Russian mafia are shivering in their boots at the thought of senile Teddy Atlas. But yeah, God bless each and every one of you. Yeah, stay vigilant. Stay vigilant, man. God bless. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. All right, anyway, guys, have a good one. Peace. God bless.